deal with something I was about to start, but I need to take care of this first. Give me a moment, we'll be live. Alright, welcome. Sorry about the delay. Had to deal with, like I said, that unknown factor that just decided to spring up and cause problems. So, yeah, there we are. Let me get the secondary device on just to make sure everything seems to be working okay, and we will kick things off. If any of you have this and you're able to get the mods, I think I still have it mod list posted on the shared drive, then we'll be good to go. Well, of course, I had to mod it because of all the stuff little dude was like, we need. Shocker, right? Alright. Welcome to Rainyville. Why are we here? This is not where I was. Okay, so this is the little store area. We've added a few little market stalls. Taco by Farma. We have a little ice cream stand. Not sure why he has ketchup and mustard on an ice cream stand, but you know, who are we to judge? And then some other snacks. And so these are little food places that our visitors can use. And this is kind of like the main market area. And for visitors, you're probably thinking, ooh, visitors? Oh, this is the other area. Nice little farmer's market area with, there we go. With some additional snacks and foodstuffs and water that they can get for while they're here, and lanterns, and of course, a nice little nifty grill to buy some food. See, we even got prices. And then, of course, we have the farmer stall market area here. And then the main storage with gas and everything. But, if you see, we're way out where there's basically not a lot for production. And so what we've started to do is we bought some land, and we've turned it into a bit of a resort area where people can rent a cabin by the water. See? Then you just come on down, go for a swim, go for a little boat ride, I thought I could open these doors. Am I not able to get in these ones? Maybe I'm not able to get in these ones. Alright, well, they're nice little cabins that people can rent. And come and enjoy the lovely area. So they're all the same. They're all nice cabins. We did build a couple slightly different. And apparently they messed up. That had changed. We're gonna have to look at that. Oh, please don't tell me we got stuck. There we go. Yeah, because those weren't like that. Yeah, I didn't think we could get in these. Looks like we're gonna have to sell these ones. I was trying to go with a little bit different flavor, but that's just unacceptable. Oh well. Yep, there's a bridge, logging area over there, sawmill. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Not sure why this is all built up here. It's like someone dumped a load of gravel. Whatever. And then we can head back over there as our farm, and I'll just kind of run by the cabins. You can see kind of what we have for cabins. Nice cabins for rent. I'm thinking about putting one here, but it's going to get a little close to the road, so I kind of decided not to. Maybe back on the other side. And then if we come over here, you'll see we have a few additional cabins. Up the mountain, well, rocks and down. And so we have this one. Kind of took out the trees that were colliding to make it a little more realistic. Yeah, see, this one we could open. Why is this one open and the others not opening? Must be a glitch of some sort. Oh yeah. Oh, this one's green. The others are blue. Maybe that's why. But they have a little bed upstairs. There's a bedroom down here and a bathroom. Apparently it's not wanting to let me connect with it right now. I don't know why. But, yeah. I thought you were supposed to be able to open the doors and go in. But for some reason now it's not letting me. Who knows? But yeah, nice, lovely blue flowers to come out and enjoy. Area. Maybe that one's being rented by someone. Ha ha ha. That's the one thing I wish they would do, is let you be able to actually have NPCs show up when they rent them. But hey, we're role-playing that that's what's being done with these anyways, and they're generating a little bit of money to let the farm kind of have a slight amount of continual income. And so we have all these log cabins that we built around the lake as kind of a, hey, we have a nice area, we know we could make some money off this, come spend some money and stay up in the mountains and enjoy the mountain breeze. And we'll go from there, yeah. So that's the bathroom. Whoop, I have no idea why it's acting so chunky now. It was working smooth and now apparently just decided to chunk up. If it doesn't resolve itself here soon, I'm going to start fiddling with the settings. And then we have a little bit of a gap between a lot of the cabins, so you know they're not right next to neighbors. That one I could have probably fit one more in between these two. I might leave a little extra space. And this one, and I believe this is the last one. A little bit closer to the road than I was intending. But then you can come down this road is where they come in. This road actually loops around the back of our farm, which is kind of cool. Still have, you know, all these trees blocking our farm from the road and everything. The river continues on, so people can go rafting down. Got a nice little rafting shop up there. Not really. Make believe. Pretend. And this is our little farm area. We added this little side road so we could get in here a little nicer. And, yeah. check on our chickens. Our chickens aren't doing as well as they could because we don't have a diverse diet right now. We only have one chicken feed. We don't have that many chickens anyways, but hey, they get to wander around and enjoy the lovely mountain. Luckily we have a dog to protect them. That's the only reason they're safe from, you know, the wildlife. But yeah, this is our little home. We have these sheds to store our vehicles in. See, we got 2 doggos. Hey boys, thanks for keeping the place safe. This is our cabin. And for some reason, yeah, the open the door and stuff is not working right now. And I'm not sure why. Like, all the commands are acting up. Oh, did it remove us from the farm? It did. There we go. That's the problem. We were removed from the farm. We should be part of Little Dude's farm, because we're Little Dude. Well, he's my kid, but, you know. Little Dude Day, and we get to let him have fun with it. There we go. See? Beautiful little cabin. Beautiful little cabin. And a little hot plate and everything. So this is our little cabin where we can partake. Apparently not close our front door. There it goes. Oop. And so we have that. We can throw the ball to the dogs. If I can hit the right key, apparently I hit the wrong one. Get the ball. Good boy. But yeah, that's where we're at. We have some firewood for people to buy. We've cleared some land around here. There used to be just trees in this whole area. Let's see, they got food for 32 days at the current rate. They could use some other types of food. Either soy beet, carrot, beet pulp, soybean, corn, or barley. But they're at least at 60% productivity. They have food. And I thought they needed water, but apparently they get magic water. So that's cool. But yeah, I got 1 extra thing of feed. Go ahead and close that so the rain stays off it. And they should be producing eggs for us. So we have all these weeds that have just naturally been growing in this field area because why not? Nothing else is done to stop them. So it makes sense. We have our... It does seem like the clunky went away, which is nice. I don't know why it was being clunky there for a minute, but whatever. So this is our logging truck where we've used to load up our logs, take them over to the lumber mill over there. Yeah. And we are getting ready to try to plow some of this area for a field. I wanted to come up to, where was the road? I think the road area we saw was here for our property line, but now I can't recall. This one is a lot clearer where the road is. And then there was this other road here, and the 2 of them connected up here, except they don't fully connect. So, not sure why. When we buy that land, we're going to go ahead and make them connect. It's just helpful to, you know, have kind of a road to mark where you're going and where's what. Let's see. But yeah, this one goes straight down to our farm. Nice clear designator. Then we have the back road here. Little dude wanted to get some fields going and wanted to get some more livestock. Hence we, you know, pedal up this stream, right? We do need to take our load over. I wish that the auto drive was working, but for some reason I must be doing something wrong for the auto drive because I haven't been able to quite get it to work. I don't know if I'm just doing it wrong or I don't have it set up right or what, but oh, we don't have it locked down. Let's go ahead and fasten. And then We do need to start auto load because we're going to pick some up on the way. See, we're supposed to be able to hit, what is it? Do this. Go to sawmill. Or no. Load at home. Unload at sawmill. But we don't have wood. And I don't know if that's why it's not working. Unload at sawmill? Can we do that? Like it, I don't know. I just apparently don't know it well enough. Because it's not working. Can we just drive there? No? Sawmill. Go to sawmill. So yeah, I don't know. I must be doing something wrong. I don't know it well enough to fix it. I do know we need to get the new game at some point because they actually resolved that issue. And what side are we showing on? Numpad show unload position. Let's unload. I wanted load position. Why are you not auto-loading? Is it too big? Is it not right? Let's see, switch file. Show loading position. Yes. Okay, so that's where you're loading to. That's where you should be auto-loading, and you're not. That was mainly because, oh, there it goes, now it did. Finally took it. There we go. Just cleaning up our piles we made, doing some cleanup on those cabins. Don't want to, you know, leave wood lying on the road for people to run over and get hurt. Woo! And that one we must have gotten out of range. Some of them didn't load as well as they could have if we had not been moving. Did you stop unloading? You did. Alright, let's go ahead and do that. I think that was all the wood on this section. I don't remember if there's some on the other road, but I know that was all there was for here. But welcome you all, I hope you enjoy. Unload this wood and then we will be able to come back through with our truck and go from there. Yeah, I wish I could get this auto drive to work. I've gotten it to work a few times, but then I get it to not work plenty of times, so I don't know. Need to clean that up. As you saw, I missed the turn a little bit because it's a little bit sharp. They made it a little nicer of a bridge, and but hey, it's a wonderful, beautiful map. It's not really made necessarily for large vehicles like this, so I can't exactly blame him. And here we are at the sawmill. We have a barge that comes through and buys the lumber. I believe that's the right placement. Will you buy our wood? Sell wood. No, that's not what I meant. I wanted to... Oh, man. Is there a way to undo that? That was a total mistake. I thought they were saying to sell the wood. Nope, I'm gonna have to load it. Where is load? Alright, we're gonna have to hop back out then, aren't we? Of course, of course. Alright, well. Jump over the coffee screen. That was a total mistake. That's what happens when you don't play a game for ages, right? My, oh my. That's why I'm always like, little dude, can we stay focused on a game for a while? Because they all have different controls, and so you get used to a certain control schema, and then it switches, and not all games allow you to really like change all the controls, and so then you're, forget it. And then you make mistakes. Uh-oh. I just remembered it did show that it was saving. I really hope we didn't just botch it. That's frustrating. I really hope there's a way we can fix that. Yeah, I know. It's not stuck there. I was trying to fix something. Alright, let's see. Go back here. Port sale. I see that one's working. Sawmill. Visit. Are you gonna let me sell? If it lets us sell, we'll be fine. We may have just hosed the game. Yeah, see, look, sell wood shipping. Why? We need to figure that out. Let's see, show objects. Nothing's hidden because it was sold, not hidden. Crap! Yeah, we hadn't even bought it. How did it let us sell it when we don't even own it? Because now I don't know if we can actually sell our wood at all. I mean, we don't have any factories. Maybe we need to build a factory to sell it, I guess. I don't know. Because it still shows the sawmill here. It just, we accidentally sold the piece that I don't know why or how it let us. Where is the pause? Do we have a pause option? No, of course not. Let's see, we were selling wood, and now I don't know if we can anymore, which is really not good because that was our primary way of making any money. Firewood pellet. Sorry. I'm trying to see if there's any way to undo this, and they're not making it very clear, but that's probably making it plenty clear. I just don't know what I'm doing as well. I guess that's what happens when you don't know what you're doing as well, right? So we should just have weeds at our place, except it doesn't show it. Let's see, we own this chunk of land. And I think this one, what we own. Of course it doesn't show anything because it's just wild. Growth, soil, fruit types, yeah. Lands, there we go, we just own this one. Okay, we don't own this one yet. We own this one and this one. Okay, this is the one we were considering grabbing next. We own this section so we can put the cabins in, and then we grab this one because it was right next to us. It made sense too. This is just the water. I don't know that we ever need to really buy that one unless we want to, build some cabins on that little island. So, what's frustrating is this. I don't know what to do to deal with this. Okay, so they showed that. Okay, cool. We'll go back here. And what was it? To buy things. Buildings. Can we buy a area to sell timber? All products can be sold in the farm shop. Does that include timber? And of course, little dude decides he has to scream for us. Okay. I want to figure out if we can get our sawmill back, because we accidentally sold it instead of selling our wood like we were meaning to. Exactly. Small sawmill. Pallet production. Wood crate production. Okay, so we could potentially do that. Okay, that actually produces honey. Oh, that's cool. Actually, okay, so $100 a day we'd have to actually pay to get it. Processes logs into planks, beams, wood. So we're going to have to basically do that to actually make it able to sell, it looks like. So, process logs into planks, beams, wood sections. Do we do something with those or just sell them? And where do you sell them? Pallet production produces empty pallets from beams and planks. Cut beams into planks. Produce wood sections. Wood chips are byproduct. Buy wood from wood chips and glue. Wood crate production. Okay, so you can actually do a whole chain. Interesting. What's the difference? Manual. Okay. So we might have to go that route just to be able to do it. So we have honey production. We might want to do that. Empty wooden barrels. I don't think we have empty wooden barrels yet. Yes, dude. Can I quickly finish this? Land trade. Sell your harvest products from your production here. Don't need to do that. Sell your sawmill products here. Okay, so we might need to do this. How do we rotate? That's moving us. Rotate. Okay, so if we place this here, this may let us start redoing that, but it looks like it won't let us do that since we're parked. Wait a minute. Is it because we're not parked there, or because we don't own the land? Okay, it's because we're parked there. Okay, let's do that to see if that will fix our issue of not being able to sell. No. Because there was a little sell point here, and I accidentally sold it because I thought I was saying to sell the wood, and I didn't read it closely enough. So if we come over here, you'll see it pops up and says, sell wood chip selling station. And so I hit it, and then that means I accidentally sold it. And so that was a mistake, because I actually meant to sell the wood, not sell the station. And I don't see a way to get it back. And so that's kind of causing a bit of a problem. What? Okay, interesting. Don't have anything else that we can do. So there's really nothing I can seem like triggering to sell here. So we can't sell our wood anymore. Is that a problem? Have we been making our money? How have we been making our money? Right, and now I had a mistake where I can't sell the wood anymore, which means a bit of a problem, right? So that's why I was taking the time to try to figure that out, okay? Well, that's why I was looking here to see if there's a way to remedy that issue, and we'll have to pay to remedy it, but we can get this, and that should allow us to hopefully sell our wood again. And that's why I'm trying to put it here so it makes sense and we can keep it in the same spot and fix the issue that we accidentally created. Okay. It doesn't look as nice because now it's there, but you know, better than not being able to sell our wood. Hopefully this time I don't make a mistake anymore. But you know, that's what happens when you don't play for a long time and forget all the controls, and you know, it's all great fun. Can I sell? How do I get you to sell the wood? See, this is sell wood products station. It's not what I want. I want to sell the wood. Where is the sell the wood thing? Oh. Did I forget this? Is that why? No. Why is it not letting me sell it? Yes. No, this is weather that it had. It had rain before. It doesn't have seasons. It has weather, just not seasons. See, why is it not letting us sell it? Enter vehicle, sell. We don't want to sell the point. We want to sell our wood. It's not that one. This, yeah, that's just the global company stuff. That's not. Oh, buddy. What are we gonna do? Yes, I was trying to offload it to see if it would work, but it looks like it's just dumped it all there and none of it's selling. I don't know why it's like not selling. The only sell option I'm seeing, which is the problem I had and why I sold the thing on accident, is because it's only telling me to sell the wood production spot. So if I hit this, it's actually saying to sell the actual wood production spot. See? But that's not what we need. We need to sell the wood, not the wood production spot. And so, yes, it was a mistake, but that's why it happened. And I don't know why it's like not showing up with the sell option. I am truly confused and uncertain why and what I'm supposed to do to get it to function. So let's try that one more time. I'm just quickly seeing if there's something else. Yeah, but it just grinds it up and sells it. I was hoping to get something that actually buy the logs, because selling the logs actually gets you better money than the wood chunks. Okay? Yes, I know. I'm trying to actually sell the wood. Sell your sawmill products here. So sawmill products, not actual sawmill. So do we have to actually buy it to get it to work? And actually, we don't have enough money for it. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. And it saved it on me right after I accidentally clicked it, so that's part of our problem. So I'm almost worried that we have to restart because I can't sell the wood, and I don't know why it wasn't letting me. But we'll hop back over to the house quickly since you keep wanting that. Yeah, see, it did that right when I accidentally sold the place. No, I want to travel to here. Thank you. There you go. No, it's because they're not in a pen. It's an open chicken area. You said to do the open one last time we played, so it's open. I could buy some more chickens. So right now we have a couple black ones, a couple white ones, a couple brown ones, and a rooster. So we'll get another rooster and a few more of the chickens for you. How's that sound? So, yeah, right there. There he is. And they have food for 14 days right now. I mean, right now he just went over to eat. See, he's eating. And so they're walking around. I would say, yeah, this one. That's water, and they have these bowls that have water. Oh, and there's another water one. This one, and this one, and this are food. And it looks like they are clean. I don't know if they're going to get dirty or not, but hey, it is what it is. But hey, look, we got a nice little family of chickens. They're going around pecking the ground, having fun. Well, it is safe here. That's what we have the dogs for. See, the dogs take care of them and make sure that they're safe. Keep the predators away. However, well, they've been trained to leave our chickens alone. This is the sawmill. I'm trying to figure out if there's any way we can try to resolve this issue. Or if we're just going to have to restart to get the spot to come back, which would be unfortunate. Yeah. If we can't sell our wood, though, we're going to be in a bit of a bind because we don't have enough money to build the other stuff that we could use for the wood. But I'm not seeing a option to sell, which is frustrating. What do you mean count all the farm animals? We only have chickens and dogs. Okay, well, if we have to restart, you let me know when you're done. Okay, well, the game doesn't have all of those. And if we have to restart and we get them before we restart, then they won't be on the map when we restart. So that's a bit of an issue. Those dots, because that was where we were trying to make it where it would drive for us, and we could hire someone to drive. That's part of what's nice about the new farm game, is that you can actually do that. Like, you can actually have them drive for you. You don't have to have a mod that does it.
Oh, I saw a cow.
Well, it's a cow statue, but yes. I didn't. It came as part of the map. And I don't think we can sell our stuff here. Yeah, this is the animal dialogue. That's not what I wanted. Yes, we can sell the chickens. But I'm not trying to sell the chickens. I'm trying to sell our lumber right now. Because if we can't sell it, then we're going to have a bit of an issue affording to do other things. And so I'm trying to see if there's any way to sell it. Okay? Alright, I need to catch a breather, grab my coffee, and we'll press on. Hang tight, and we'll be live in just a moment. Alright, thank you for your patience. Oh, so I'd not seen the cell here either. My guess is we're not going to wind up being able to sell it. Because we don't have the proper place to sell it. Us looking at that. I'm trying to remember what this place said it would buy. No, I don't want to sell the building, dude. I want to know what it buys. Oh, man. Okay, so here we can come and, yeah, shop menu. 'Cause 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 And then vehicle, we have to put a vehicle in there. It's pretty cool though, it looks nice. Well, that's cool. They even show the map. I don't see wood even being an option. No, it's fine. What do you want to do? And we'll just live with the results. What do you want to do? Because I literally told you what's going on and what's my thoughts are, and it seems like it didn't matter. So, what would you like to do? What did I want to do? I'm trying to figure out what we can do to continue selling our trees so we can make money. So we can afford to buy the cows and chickens and everything. Because right now we're going to be running out of money. Unless we find a way to make more. Or we find a way to make it where we can sell the wood again. Okay? So that's why I'm trying to figure out how to sell the wood. Because apparently nowhere else is letting us sell it, and the sawmill didn't take it when I tried to sell it to the sawmill, and apparently we sold the sawmill instead of selling to the sawmill. Okay? Well, that's someone else's field. And I'm actually trying to not go to the field, I'm trying to go to this place over there and see if they will buy it, or if it's just the sawmill that'll buy it. And if it's just the sawmill that'll buy it, well, then I need to figure out what we're going to do. Well, now he turned too sharp. I am trying to see if this place will buy it. I think this is just a silo place, so I think they only will buy grain and stuff. When things go wrong, you're really good at making them more complicated. You know that? Yeah. Well, that's a problem. Can we enter the vehicle? Nope. Alright, well, let's go here and say, can we visit the port? No, that didn't help. Let's visit the sawmill. And then visit the port. And we wind up right inside. Yeah, that's the problem. Can we visit land? No. Alright, so we'll visit this, and then, I guess, run across. Because we literally put ourselves inside the truck somehow. What am I doing? Okay, so you literally asked me how about take a swim, and I was already swimming. So, why would you ask if we should take a swim when we're already swimming? Whoa! Yeah, they kind of just popped in there. That is what you can sell to, and will take your goods out. But I don't know that they're going to buy our lumber is the problem. I understand that. Yeah, it's not showing that it will buy our lumber at all. Nope, because it's too far gone. Alright, so here's the choices, dude. I can't find a way to fix that. We can start over, and we'll have to rebuild our cabins and everything. Or we can deal with the fact that we can't sell wood anymore, and this whole vehicle and all the money we've put into it, and our primary source of making money no longer exists. In which case, we are going to have difficulty making money. What do you want to do? Okay. I heard you. I just was letting you make the choice because I figured it was fair to let you do because it affects you, right? Alright. Well, thank you all for being here. Hang tight. We're going to, yeah, alter things, which is frustrating, but you know, like he said, it's better than not being able to sell. Which is really frustrating, because I didn't realize they were making us sell the sell point. The way they had it worded was that we were selling to the point from how I read it quickly, but apparently we didn't look close enough at what it was saying. And that's what happens when we don't play a game for a while and we get back into it. I forget all the keys and the way they have it set up. No, this game's not getting updated, or there's no new stuff in this game. The company that made this game made a new version of it, and that one's getting updated and changed, not this one. Alright, so we're gonna go here.
I said that.
Okay, well, not quite how it works. Is this good for the guy, or you want to change him? Yeah, what do you want to change him to? Select the white, so this one? Oh, did we... Hold on, and make sure we pick the right thing. Okay, so you want that, and then what? They don't give you a choice to change that at all. The new game does, but this game you can just change your shirt color. Like, you can't even change your pants or shoes. You can choose to wear a jacket or no jacket. Well, it's actually not even a jacket, it's a vest, but they call it a jacket. You can change your hat. That.
What color is the red?
Red? I don't know if there's a red hat. We have to go through and click, which is not a very convenient way to do it. Apparently, if you want a black cap, you're good to go. There's a lot of black caps. There's an orange one. I'm trying to find a red one for you, because you said you wanted red. Okay, I'm not going to promise I can find a red one, though. Oh, there you go. That one we can control. No hat. I don't think there's a red hat, dude. Yeah. Yeah, where? You tell me when you see a red hat. No, there was a red one. Oh, wow. Literally, you have to go through all those just to get to the red hat.
Yeah.
Is that how you want it?
Yeah.
Okay. I believe it still has the same selected. Oh, wait. It selected everything. We know that... What was it called? Seasons isn't working. with a lot of the maps, which is really unfortunate because the seasons are cool. What? Possibly. I'm trying to find something. If I don't find it soon, I'll just see if it works. There it is. I wish that one worked, but it doesn't seem to work on this map. So, should probably not use it. I think that was the only one we disabled, but I can't remember. Is there a reason that you're hitting yourself on the desk and hurting yourself? Yeah, all our cabins and things are gone. Now let me run over there and show you so you understand what happened. Okay, so see this? I went up here and I went to sell, and it said this: are you sure you want to sell wood selling station? And I thought it was saying, do you want to sell to the wood selling station? So I said yes, and then it disappeared, and that's what we need. We need this icon, this spot, to be able to sell our wood. But we don't have any wood right now to sell.
Here's the wood.
Yeah, do you want to?
Sure. Let's sell it up. How do we forget it to the water? How does it?
Probably floats away. We'll use this as a way to recoup some of what we lost. So see now, if I come over here and it does it again, there it is. Will you sell the wood? Apparently it's not wanting to buy this wood. I thought it was the wrong button. For some reason it's not buying the wood now. Alright, let's see if it'll buy this wood. Did the game just all mess up on us? Okay, it bought that, so it won't buy this. Apparently this is wood, but it's not actually wood. So we can't sell that. Maybe. Let's go ahead and sell the driftwood. Yeah, this is driftwood. This is wood that was in the water that was floating along. And so it's called driftwood because it was drifting along. And so we're just going to load up this area with it. And see about selling it so we can make a little bit of money to recoup some of that money we lost. Sound good? Because we'd actually made a lot of progress on the other map. And I thought I had the mod that lets you add money. If I did, I would just add the money and delete all the trees, because there is an option to actually delete all the trees. And I would just delete all the trees in that area. But I don't know that we can have enough money to make up for that. We'll see what can be done. Because we had bought, you know, our dogs, we'd bought a lot of different houses and stuff, and now that's all gone. So I'm trying to see what we can do to try to, you know, get back to where we were. We had dogs and chickens, we had some new vehicles. Ooh, why are you not staying in my hand? Alright, let's see what we get for this. Here we go. 2,000. Not a lot of money. Well, we can probably find some more in the trees every so often and stuff, but right now I wanted to hop over to here, and I was going to go ahead and buy this. Oh, it doesn't come with any of the vehicles that it did last time. Flummox. Is there some way? I thought they had a mod that let you add money. Do I not have that one? Am I missing something? I don't know. We'll call it that. Why not? Oh, there's the pause game. What? Interesting. Nah, we'll just leave that. Fuel usage. I don't know what we want to do and all that. Oh, I forgot to turn that off. Whatever. Is there a option for that? Attach tool. Toggle worker. Lower functionality. Efficiency. Go for it then. Okay. Cab steering, grid snap, upload, unload. So many options. I know that's sprayer we need. Toggle mouse is middle mouse, okay. Toggle HUD, oh, this is the auto drive. Enable disable is Control Alt forward. Oh, well, that's good to know. No wonder we didn't get it working. We forgot the actual command. Left shift Q, interesting. Q is a letter. Inflate, deflate, I'm not sure what that's for. Trying to see if there was a option for that. I'm not seeing. Shift R. Interesting. Map object hider. Okay. So if we do this, nothing currently. We'll look up any super strength. Okay. And so we actually need to get the tool because we don't have any hand tools. Where are the hand tools? I am forgetting where hand tools are located. Miscellaneous? No. Oh, there is a sawmill we could have done. Well, that's annoying. Well, but I just found a sawmill. Do you want to see if we can go back to the other one, or just stay here for now? Yeah, you are a little dude. Because I just found there is a sawmill that we can buy that I didn't see before. That's a workshop. Oh, we can definitely do that. Workshop or grant. There we go. That's another one we want to get. Okay. Just remember where everything is, but it's been so long since we've played that I've forgotten where things were. You know, kind of makes it a problem. Okay, so that is... This was the one that we found that wasn't working well. This one is what we want to do. This one sells... Small shop and selling station, okay. Which we don't technically need, but we did it because it looked cool. And little lady's not having a good time. That's a little house.
That's a chicken.
No, that's actually a little house. Holiday home is what they call it. Cool. But that's not what we were looking for. We were looking for hand tools. And I'm not remembering where the hand tools were located. Do you remember where the hand tools were located? You. Because we need to buy a chainsaw, and I'm not remembering where that was located. And my brain's just not working very well. Yes, chainsaw. Right, this is the store. Oh, there it is. Which one do you want?
Red.
Shocker. That you want the red one. I'm kidding, I'm not surprised at all.
I like red.
I know you do. I know you do. Well, I was seeing if it was here.
What?
The axe. Mm-hmm. Oh, there it is. They have a hatchet and an axe.
Let's keep those.
Well, I mean, we only need one. Okay, that one? Okay, well, we got an axe. This is the camper, which we thought about getting, but it's just going to cost extra money, so I figured, why bother for right now? Where's the auto loader? No, that's the easy trailer. And I apologize for the lovely additional noise. No! Wrong button! Oh well. We have our stuff now. Well, that costs a lot. Alright, so we gotta go back in there. That's the one we got last time. Probably because it was the cheapest. Okay, can I
just saw that red.
Yes, I understand that. Can I find what we need? I'm trying to find the trailer and I don't remember where it was. There was that special trailer we had for getting things loaded, and I can't remember what it was called. Oh, okay, there we go. Auto-loading platform. Oh, for factory. Okay, I know there was the auto-loading wagon, and I'm just not remembering where it was at, which is unfortunate. Is this it? Truck and dolly. Okay, but... Hey! Yeah, it's all good, man. It happens. I'm just trying to remember where our auto-loader was. And I can't remember where the auto-loading trailer was, but we need that because it's a pain in the butt otherwise. No, I was talking to Dragon. He messaged me. And of course, you know, my brain is totally remembering right where it's at, which is why we're sitting here trying to remember. And I don't know why. It's just my brain is not recalling this game very well today. And it is causing problems. And I just don't know what to do. Dragon, little dude wants me to ask you if you want to join us. Loading wagon. Interesting. Diner, interesting. Belt system. I really am frustrated that I can't remember what it was. The autoloader was. And that's extremely frustrating. Can I say, show me compatible items? Okay, so that's 146. That's why it took a little bit to get up and going. 119, that's 160. That takes a lot more money. Or 161 versus 119. So it's quite a bit more money. Are you sure that's what you want to do? Yes, I know that, dude. Okay. Watch, if I go in here, we are at the store. Okay, you can change the color. Okay. During buying process. Okay, there we go. We can save a little bit on that. So that's 32 we'd save. And that would save us 23. So about 10k more saved on the other one.
There.
Yes, I know.
Right.
Yes, I know. I know, son. You're welcome. All users farm only. Alright. But that is going to cost us 98 on this. However, that one is stronger. Let's see, 550, 620. Oh, they have a dark red if you prefer, bud. Okay, so you want that one? Okay, so this makes it 132, and the other one's 94, so that's, yeah, $40,000 difference. Do you really want this bigger one? Okay, so you don't want this bigger one? Okay. So this is 49. This is 49, 440, 880, 880, 620, 550. Oh, this one has the extra set of wheels. Interesting. That one actually has it back further than this one. Okay. Well, I thought there was an option to see compatible items, so that's what I was trying to see if we could do, to see if we can find the trailer that way. Because really that's what I'm at now, is where we need to actually be able to find the auto-load trailer. Because that's what matters. Any truck can pull it. It's not the truck that matters, it's the auto-load trailer that we need. That's really what I'm trying to find and get, is that trailer. And I thought it was its own section, like autoloader, but apparently I was wrong. And so right now that's all I was trying to do, is get that. Is this it? I think this may have been it. No, they didn't, because it's a mod that we have. Yeah. Why do you not have the other one? Interesting. Alright. Well, okay. Trailer hitch. What's plus trailer hitch? Yes, it is. I'm wondering if we should not go with one that long. That's going to be a bit hard to drive, so probably should go with a little bit smaller. This is the smallest one, I think, or second smallest. This one's a bit bigger. And then there's that one, which is the biggest, which I really think we probably should not do that one. I'm wondering if we should go with the 15, though. That one's a 12, and this one is... doesn't say. Okay. So we have 12, 15, and 20. I was thinking we might go with 15, is kind of what I was thinking. Oh, this is a trailer hitch on the back, so you can attach a trailer to the trailer. Got it. I'm thinking that's what we're going to go for. What do you think? Well, I mean, there's no higher. That's cool, man. I like it. I need to do that on mine. No, the tires can't be that. Okay, so now if we go to garage, can we say repair for 200? Yes. Can I say... No, I can't say that. Okay, go back. Now we need to get ourselves the tractor to pull it. We could actually get an extra large tractor to actually do it. Oh, that's a lot more. Woo! 360,000. You just want to use the truck like we did last time? Okay, I was just checking what we had for options, but is that okay? But yeah, it looks like that's actually going to be the best price for what we need to do is actually to get one of these, because if you get one of the bigger tractors that can do similar, it's a bit pricey. Like just this basic one that gets close to the same capacity and stuff is 238,000. So yeah, like this one is 184,000 and is 205 horsepower. Whereas if we go in here, we have 620 horsepower at 160. So that would actually be better than buying the tractor. Just the tractor can do other things, which we don't need right now. So you really wanted this one. However, this one probably would not be bad to go with. I don't know about these. Just a different type of truck. Alright, so which one of these do you want? I mean, we can make them both red. I'm saying which. It's just which one do you like the looks of better? Like if you like this one better, we can paint them the same color. It's just which one do you want? You like how this one looks? Having the cab on the back or not? Actually, you know what? That actually would not be a bad idea for RP purposes. We'll just leave it as anyone. Alright. So I think we're going to leave this as a place we're going to buy later. And for speeding things along, of getting back to where we were at financially, we will hop over here and actually buy this chunk of land to chop the trees down and just drop them off at the sawmill. That is $1 million for it? Oh, no. It's 10,000 for that. What is there? I can't jump there. Okay, let's visit here. So I was thinking what we'd do is buy this chunk of land right here, take these trees down, and load them on the truck. Or do you want to buy back at that other farm we were at before? You want to buy the farm we were at before?
Yeah.
Okay. Because we don't have to get that one. We can actually buy the land where we built the... oh, hey. Just a chunk of wood. I told you there'd be some more chunks of wood laying around that we could get. That's what this is. Just a random chunk of wood that we stepped on. But yeah, we could definitely just buy this chunk of land to start with and go to the other one later, or we could start with buying the land that we built the cabins on last time if you want. Okay. And then we can... Do you want to cut all the trees down there, or just some of the trees, or what? Okay, well then we need to build a different land, because that land where we built the cabins isn't going to be suitable for the animals.
Why?
Because it doesn't have enough room and it's very bumpy. It worked great for the cabins because it was right along the water. I know you want animals, but you didn't answer me where you want to put the animals. I can pull the map up and let you look if you want. Right now I was just trying to remake some of the money we spent. Since there's these wood chunks here, I figured might as well grab them. I mean, it's only going to be a couple thousand, but it's something. Yes, because we had to buy tools. Yes, we bought the truck, and we bought tools.
I don't.
Because it's at the shop, and we haven't gone to the shop. And I'm asking you a question, and you're not answering the question I'm asking you. You keep focusing on things other than that. So, would you like to answer the question I asked, or do you want to continue to discuss other things that don't apply and not make...
I would. That's it.
You want to have what? Okay, so you want to be in a place where we can have the animals. Alright. Now, let's run over here, where I was headed then, and see if you want to buy this area or the area that we were in last time, okay? So I'm wondering if there's a little house here. By the way it looks, there might be a house here. And so I wanted to find out so you can have your choice, okay? Okay, there's no house here. This is a little cleared plot of land that we can buy and put a house on and work and cut the trees down and go sell them. Okay. You see this area with just grass? Okay. That is right here on the map. Okay. I want to check here and here as well, because there's these other areas. I think they might just be chunks of open land. And then this one actually has a farmhouse. And if we look at the pricing, this one costs 9,800. This one costs... Oh, that one costs more. Okay, interesting. This one costs 10,000. This costs a little bit more than that one. This one has this whole area. So it makes sense that this one costs 163,000. And these actually have fields. Okay? Now, if you buy this area, it comes with the sawmills right there, which we don't get any benefit from that, but we can buy any of these chunks of land and take the wood from them.
I think.
There's also this one, which is 9,800.
I think.
So, what, this? This is just the housing area.
That one.
This one?
That's my think.
Okay, well we need to buy this one, and maybe this one, to actually have the trees. This one doesn't have any trees on it. So,
Yes, it does.
no it doesn't. It's clear. So what we can do is buy... Okay, you see this nice little square we're in? Okay, you see the mini-map here? With this light brown square? Watch, the light brown square ends right here. Oh! And now we have trees. Outside of that light brown square is where the trees are. That's why it's a different color on the map. Okay? There is a road here, so we'd use this as the area to turn around and stuff. So what I was saying is what we would want to do is, yes, we can buy this one, but we're going to want to buy like this one and this one sort of thing as well. And that way we actually have enough area we can start cutting the trees down here, load them up here, and bring them over. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
Okay.
What to buy this?
Okay, there you go. Are we in a farm? Did it immediately put us in one? Where screen was that? I can't even remember. Oh no, it didn't load multiplayer this time. Never mind. That's fine. Alright, so is that good? Okay, we can start harvesting trees here. We need to go get our tractor vehicle. So we own this. Do we want to go ahead and get this one as well right now, or hold off? Okay. So now we need to hop over here and look what we have here. We need to condition repair for 1,000. Ow. Cost a lot of money. Well, it's going to cost to repair it. We didn't have to repair it, but we bought it used. We bought it used. Alright, now we have our trailer. And yes, this is our auto-loading trailer. Excellent, we picked the right one. Alright, so now we need to drive over to our property and start getting our trees. And we can actually get some chickens over there if you want, but we don't have any feed for them and stuff, so we're gonna have to do that. Hold on. I'm just looking, okay? That's what I'm doing right now. I'm looking because there are some areas on the map that look like they might have something, but it looks like they're just open, okay? That's why I was looking, so you know. And you know the best part? We're not gonna have to keep driving over this bridge with where we're at with the tractor trailer truck. We're gonna be able to stay on the other side of it. Alright. See? Because we don't have to go over the bridge anymore. I put my brakes on, just not quite fast enough. Okay, we need to go this way. I'm just trying to remember which branch of the road there we took. I had to look at my mini-map, and then I tried braking. Didn't quite brake quick enough. Alright. So yeah, we can actually throw some chickens down there and stuff. And get that going, because we actually have the room to do it. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of land. It's not huge. Well, not really. Comparatively, we're going to use it up pretty quick. Yay! It worked. Okay. That feels better to make sure we have that up and going. We still have a bit of money, and since you wanted to do that, let's look here. What's the difference between these two? A lot of horsepower. And $10,000. So this is, less horsepower. And less money. That's 320. 99. So that one's slower, but more. Horsepower is how strong it is. Like this one has only 200 horsepower, but it also can't have the attachments put on. This one goes really fast, but it doesn't hold the things. I was actually going to get a truck and a trailer for the chicken feed so that we can actually get the chickens like you said you wanted. And I was thinking we're going to go with this red one so we can do other things with it. The what? Okay. Okay. I am trying, okay? I don't remember exactly how we did it last time. No, we don't need that. Alright, so do you want this wheel? Or this wheel? Okay, this is the same wheel. Do you want this one? Or this one? Okay. And then that one has just chrome. So do you want the black, or do you want just the chrome? So like that? Okay. Are you sure? Performance. Dual. Do we need dual? I don't think we need duals. Well, you can make it where you have 2 tires if you wanted to. I'm just wondering if we need the 2 tires. I don't think we do. Alright, so... You like the dark red? Okay. This was ruby red aged. Do you have that one here? Ruby red aged. There we go. And let's go ahead and get this one the same color. How's that look? Like that?
Good.
Okay. Standard use, second hand, engine, V8. Let's see, that was 510. Attach our standard plow mount. I don't think we need a plow. Yeah. So, oh, we don't need the vinyls. Nah. Alright. Yes, we need to get that. Hey! I want to permaban you for being an inappropriate individual. Someone. Oh, people come in messing up your stream and thinking it's fun to do, and it's not. Don't worry about it. I said don't worry about it, I took care of it. Alright, so we need to find the wagon attachments. Here we go. So we can get a camper.
Oh, I like that red. That blue.
This part?
No,
Yes.
I like that one. Right there.
Okay. This is what we had last time. Is this what you want, or you want something different?
Yes, that's
Okay.
what I like. Uppity up. Puffy did it.
You don't want anything on it? Well, that actually makes sense to have the pipe on it there, because that's what you use to strap it down.
Oh, right.
And no, we have standard. We didn't do dual fenders. Work lights. And we'll do work lights. Bumper, main color, design color, black metal. Steel, we'll do black. Without vinyls. Yeah. Is that what you want?
No.
What, what black thing? This? This? This?
Yeah, that one.
Oh. You want it like that?
Yeah, how it was.
I was pretty sure we actually had the bars on it, like that or that.
We did have those bars.
Okay.
But the bars on the side.
Like that?
Yeah. That's how we
Okay.
had it.
I think you may be slightly misled, but that's alright. We will leave it. Okay, and then I'm thinking we're going to grab this so we have a place to sleep if we want. Does that sound good?
No.
Or do you just want to put up a little campsite?
What's that?
Oh yeah, look. We have this other one too. See, we could have gotten this one. But we didn't.
Yes, we did.
No, we didn't. Alright, so you said you don't want to buy a camper to sleep in? Or do you want to? I thought it would be worth getting a camper to sleep in so we had somewhere to sleep as our base of operations.
I like this happening.
See, like that. Well, I thought we'd start with this and then we'll build the cabin when we know where we want to put it. Because this can move around on with our truck. And then when we decide where we want to set up all our animals and stuff, we'll be able to sell this. You do? Interesting. I like that better. Because you like red, so we'll leave it like that. And then we'll say that. So, sleeper. This extended awning. Ah. Extendable awning 2. Skylight. Sleeper. I think that is what we would do. What do you think? Does that look good? No?
I like it.
Mods chain has not changed, and you can join mine. I just need to go back out and put it on multiplayer mode. I realized I hadn't. What's up, bud? Do you not like this part on the roof?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't like that?
That looks good.
Okay. Alright, and then you mentioned wanting some chicken, so we need to get chicken feed and need to get the chicken pen. Okay, so there are these little chicken coops. However, what we had done last time, which I was thinking would work here, is if we come over here, there's this chicken coop, which is kind of cool. And there's also this chicken coop, which is cool. Because then the chickens just kind of wander around. Okay, that costs a lot of money. So I was trying to keep it a little bit cheaper, if that's okay. This one is... we could do this one. It's not too bad size, it's not that big. It's 14. How many can I have? 50 chickens. Pig, cow, horse, sheep. Where is... oh, that's sheep. I'm trying to find the other chicken ones. Here's a chicken one. This one doesn't say how many. But this is actually even cheaper than that other one. Hen house. Doesn't say how many. 100. 400. 50. Okay, so that's the quantity that it holds. So this one can have 50 chickens. Hold on. Not done. This one can have 100 chickens. This one can have 400 chickens, but it costs a lot more money and is a lot bigger. And let's see. This one can have 6 chickens. See, it's dinky, but it can only have 6 chickens. This one can have 400 chickens, but it's a big one. Yeah, little dude. Hey, how's it going? Thank you for the follow.
Allow me to introduce myself.
I get that. You can also build your own gate if you want, okay? If you want the default one, there's this one. It can have 100 chickens and costs 20,000, which is double what the open chicken coop we had last time was. So we're kind of in a safe area here, which is part of why I was considering doing this one, because we can get 100 chickens in it, and it doesn't take up a lot of space, and then we can decide to get a different one later. But it's up to you. See how this one's not very big? And it can have a lot of chickens and work. Okay, I figured we'd build the gate later when we decide kind of where we want to put things. Does that work? Yes, no, maybe? Okay. So I'm going to build this over here. Kind of in the middle, actually, I think, because then we can drive around it easier. So we're going to put that there. Okay. Oh, they changed ground for you. And then we need to buy some chicken feed. BoyoIQ, how are you doing? And so I'm going to grab 2 bags of chicken feed. And then we need to come here and get a bunch of chickens. You don't want to get the chickens yet? Oh, okay. Do you just want to put the fence around here? Where the area that I'd already made? Okay, let me see what we can do on that. I believe it was here we had the fences to do. I know we had them somewhere, I just don't remember offhand. Where is the fence? Yeah, we can do the... We could actually build this, a walled area, but our chickens don't really need that level of expenditure, because I don't think they need, you know, big walls. However, we can... I thought there was here. Yeah, there you go, barbed wire fence.
Yeah, let's do fire.
And Dragon, I will hop out and switch over to the other mode in just a minute. Just have to deal with this for little dudes so that, you know, we can move on. This is a gate. We're going to need a gate. Can we not build this? No. I thought it would snap. It doesn't snap. That's just a stake. Wood fence. 4 meter. Okay, they're gonna make this a lot harder than I thought it would be, but so maybe we won't do that. I mean, it's cool, but they're really making it hard to do that. So I'm gonna go ahead and sell that for now. We're gonna pretend there's a gate around it, okay? And we're gonna... Can I finish? We're going to pretend there's a gate around it and see if the chickens leave this area or not. Okay? They may not leave that area. Now that I can actually see the area, I'm wondering if they stay within it, okay? Before, we couldn't see the area because of the ground that they had. So let's go get our vehicle, Are you okay if I restart the game so Dragon can join us? Okay. What? No, it's used. We're gonna go ahead and repair it so it doesn't break. But we got them used so that it would cost less money and we can get new ones later. Okay, they're still dirty, but we can get something to clean them off later. Does that work? Okay. So now I'm going to save, and we're going to go ahead and let Dragon be able to join us, okay? Alright. No, I just saved it. I saved it right there, right before I went out. I saved it so we have all the stuff, okay? Okay. Alright, Dragon, we're jumping out to main menu to switch over. I didn't realize it had done it that way, so that's why I had to jump out. Interesting. Where's that one? We'll just disable it. They said there's one that won't work in multiplayer, but I'm not seeing it. Yeah, see, this is the fence I was thinking for the chickens. This fence, right here, is the one I was thinking we'd use on those chickens like you wanted, but I couldn't find it. So that's why I didn't use that one. Give me a second, bud. I'm trying to see if I can find something. If not, we're just gonna run with it and hope it doesn't have a problem. I'm not even seeing that one. Alright. Well, sure. Do you remember the password, Dragon? International 2. And boy. I have a little dude here, if you hear him in the background. He gets to pick the game we play today, and so that's why we're here. Oh, you are in chat, Dragon. Hi. Do you remember the password?
Looking to see if I still have it.
Liquid Delight. International 2. It's where it's where it's at. That's all. I was letting Dragon know where to look. 16 people to help us. That would be fun.
I think I have it.
I sent it for you if you don't. Oh, forgot to join a farm. Let's say join farm, edit farm. Alright, little dude, red farm, because of course he wants it to be red.
Little dude's choice.
Yep. I'm okay with it. I'm just saying that that's what he wanted, and I'm not surprised. That's what I expected him to say.
I ponder these thoughts as you get older. Red, the entrance is higher.
Yeah.
I think that's a little weird, but I don't know.
Well, they claim that it's because people will drive faster with red cars. And I need to open that. And put that all the way in. That is one dirty truck, dude. No, that's alright. It's okay that it's dirty. So we need to close that and strap it all down. Woo! Wrong direction.
I think I have to load the game myself and then do the multi-international from my side.
Dragon was talking about how he had to load stuff on his side to get in there.
Yeah. When I join game, it just goes to like the download screen.
Really? Odd. He's trying to join. Did it say anything?
Nah. Load my end.
Yep. Well, we only have to when we're getting stuff. We don't have to do it all the time now. When we're trying to get to drop the wood off, I turned a little too sharp. When we drop the wood off, we don't have to cross the bridge anymore. When we go to the shopping place, we'll have to cross the bridge. Let's take the straps off. Right. And then enter vehicle. There you go, we're sitting at the table.
That was
See, we can open and close the sunroof. And we have the awning as well. It's an awning, so we can have a nice shaded area underneath. And it makes it so our chickens can have a shaded area. That's why we parked it here. So now we need to get out one of these. Right here. Except it's not letting me... not putting the food in for some reason. Maybe because we don't have any chickens yet, so it doesn't bother doing it if you don't have any chickens. That would make sense. No, I want you to get inside the building, please. That way if it rains, you don't get rained on. Thank you. There we go. And now, chickens. How many chickens did you want? Oh yeah, see, as soon as we got the chickens, now we can load up the food. It is, see, it's dumping out. Whoop, there you go. And now if we check the chickens, this is the wrong spot for the chickens. If we go here and look at our chickens, you can see that our chickens have a lot of food. There's other food they can get, but we can get them sugar beets, corn, beet pulp, barley, soybean, or corn. The water's already taken care of, actually. They say it is. If we can get carrot or something, that would be good. But this at least keeps them fed and producing some eggs for now. See, look, this chicken immediately came over and got underneath their awning. See? Look at that. Can we actually sleep in here? We can fasten. Oh, that's the other one. We don't need that. Close coverage. The blue, that's solar panel energy. Alright, cool. So now we have it open. See, that's where we sleep in there. And do they actually let you sleep? I don't see an actual sleep icon, so we're just gonna have to stay awake the whole time.
I see you, but I'm highlighted on you, but I don't see nowhere to put a password in, and I can't hit the start button from the international tip. It's got the little lock icon beside your world map, little world.
Yeah, because it's password protected, you should be able to connect.
So where's the password go?
Once you try to join, it should give you the request for the password. That's part of why I'm confused. Aw, man. Don't mess up like that. Yep.
Oh,
What? Try not to scream so loud. What, son? And do what? Yes, because that's called a tree that grows that way. And try not to scream. Your sister's trying to sleep. Yeah? You can hit your head. That doesn't sound good. Alright, so now that we have that, we can chop it to the proper length. Did it turn off its auto load? Oh, it probably did, because we had to load out. Yes. Start auto load. I said start auto load. There we go. See, look at our nice little chickens. You know, probably all run away and die, get eaten by wolves. Any update or any luck, Dragon? Because they're seeing if we're bringing them more food or not. Any update, Dragon?
Not a clue.
Well, let's try to not trip over stumps. That would hurt. Alright, so it's showing it, but it's not letting you join.
Yeah, if you can find a way to look at my screen. I shared, but I don't know if you can, so.
I'll have to switch over. Give me a moment. Let me just drag this over and I'll switch over, take a look. It's odd that it's doing that, because it's worked before, but then it doesn't surprise me that, you know, it decides to just not work at some point for no reason. Alright, give me just a second, everyone. I'm going to put it on the away screen because I'm looking at other stuff, and alt-tabbing and all that makes lovely flashing, and I don't want to bug your eyes out. Alright, let's see what Dragon has to show us. Alright, so you're there, and you can't hit start. What does it say if you put your cursor over the exclamation point? Does it say anything? No, it doesn't. Of course not. And you still have all the mods, right?
Yeah, I haven't changed anything.
Yeah, I didn't either. Doesn't mean things didn't change. You know how that goes.
Alright.
Alright, let me try resetting it one more time. I'm wondering if there was one mod that it gave a warning about that I couldn't really find. I'm wondering if that's the problem. Because, you know, flawless game and all that. But yeah, were you on and hear why we had to restart?
Yep. I was like, ouch.
And they don't seem to show you any way to get it back. And it's like, just bit me in the backside.
Yeah, I had just woke it up and turned it on. Probably like 3 minutes into it.
Because they're wonderful creatures. Because I think they are. Alright, it said something about forced flip over doesn't work, but I didn't see that, and so I have to try to find where apparently forced flip over is, because that's causing a problem. I'm wondering if that's the one that you're having an issue on, which doesn't make sense exactly, because you already have it. Dairy Sheep Egg Farm. Fertilizer. Forager, global company. I don't remember a forced flip over. Apparently we have it. I think I'm going to turn off the autopilot if I can find it, because, or the auto drive, because I can't get it to work right. Dude, that was nasty. Don't do that, little dude. Can we order these by a better format than you're doing? I like the universal passenger, so we're keeping that one. Control add-on, we can keep that one. What's up, little dude? Welcome back. I'm trying to find the one that I think is causing the problem for Dragon, but I'm having troubles finding it. And I'm not seeing the auto drive mod either here, which it should be here. Then again, I'm probably just missing it, and my eyes are skipping right over it for the sake of being annoying to me. Global company, fuel station, forage, harvester, fuel, timber, farm. Maybe they all just disappeared. Maybe the whole world just ended and disappeared. Maybe. Who knows? Auto drive. We'll turn off auto drive because that one, I like it in theory, but I've not been able to get it to work correctly. And I don't see the flip over. Alright, give me just a second. I'm gonna grab coffee while this is going, so I can help myself not feel agitated, because it's a good thing to do. And it's frustrating that I can't find this one. So give me just a minute and I'll be back and hopefully find it and we'll start. I'm going to use the old map to see if I can find that auto flip over, because we didn't get that message on that one. Farm building pad. Easy, dude. Yeah, I know seasons is off. We turned that off on both because it wasn't working right. Yes. Workshop pack is off. I didn't see auto flip over as part of that. No, because it doesn't work on the map, and a lot of the maps that have it, it doesn't even work, okay? So for seasons to work, we need to get the new version of the game, which is on my list of things to do when we can afford to do so, okay?
Yeah, it's on my list too.
What's on your... Oh, to get the new game?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you check the mod list? See if you have auto flip over or something like that, it says? It may be part of another mod or something, and I'm trying to figure out how to find that.
I tried putting in search auto flip over. I didn't see it. Didn't. Nothing came up. I don't know if I'm in the right area though.
Nah, it's all good, man. It's just an attempt. It's just frustrating that, you know, not working, and it would be nice if it did. That is one thing I really liked about MechWarrior 5 when we did it. You didn't have the mod, okay, so what? So the mod stuff doesn't work for you. You know, there's some strange aspects to it, but it didn't break it. It didn't stop it from working, right? I really appreciated that. Yeah, force rollover. Let's uninstall that, because that's the one you're saying doesn't work. And I didn't even see that on my list of mods. Apparently there's a mod actually called forced rollover. Which would be... I did not say to exit. Please tell me you didn't exit. Okay, you're just loading back. So I just removed that one from my list, so hopefully that'll fix the problem we were having. I do really like the new one, though. Have you looked at it? Like, the visual updates are nice. They actually have built-in seasons. Auto drive and stuff like that is built in, so it's not wonky mod that doesn't quite work. I don't know how much of it you've looked at or not.
I watched a couple of videos and looked at the trailer. Few little things like that.
Yeah, it's... A lot of the stuff we have modded on this one is default features on that one. Isn't that a good thing, though? It's like they actually paid attention to the mod community and, you know, did that. Alright.
What we mod here is standard there.
Right. Alright, same thing as before. No error message this time about the forced rollover mod not working multiplayer, which they gave me last time. So let's see if you're able to join now. I really like this map, though, and I really hope they have a mod like this come to that map, because it's really fun to start out, you know, no man's land sort of thing, out just in, like, where we are, and build up from there. Okay, leave farm. We do not want to leave farm. We like being part of that farm. Our farm. I was making sure we were part of the farm already. See? We're back. And let's bring everyone in. Hi, everyone. Welcome back in. Let's continue our work. And hopefully Dragon can join us this time. We're gonna have to do that. Roleplay purposes, I'm gonna have Dragon do something when he gets in.
Which won't be today.
I like role-playing. It means you're building a story within the game, having there be reasons to do things. Up in the tree that we cut down. Nope, that's not what I wanted.
Up down.
I don't want to fall and get hurt if you don't mind. I'm going to gently walk back down. And then I'm going to tie the winch to our truck and it comes down. See? That's why you got to have a winch on your truck. You're able to pull things down safely instead of getting hurt. Shh, we're pretending. That's called role-playing. Because the game doesn't let you actually have a winch, and if it was realistic, you would. You so would have a winch to pull it down instead of not. Ask Dragon. Dragon, if you're chopping down large trees like this, would you have a tool to be able to pull them and get them down other than your bare hands? A winch is a device that has a cable to it, and you would strap it to the log in this case, and then you turn it on and it pulls it. It's really strong. Some vehicles have them on the front of them so they can pull themselves out of a ditch. or pull others out of a ditch. Oh, right, it stopped the auto load. How are we doing, Dragon?
I'm trying to restart the game, see if it helps.
Okay. Yes, the big thing on the back of a tow truck is a very large form of a winch. Okay? No, it has a hook on the winch so that it can connect to the car. No, it's the piece that the cable, or cord as you're calling it, connects to. So isn't this nice? Just a nice little farmstead. Building up to have more as we try to make some money off of our lumber. Since we can sell our lumber again. I don't want to hear it. Anyone say anything about the lumber sell point disappearing? Don't want to hear anyone talk about it. Alright, where is that one that we got over here? I don't remember if I took the stump out. Oh well, so it is. No, stop doing that. Move, please, thank you. There we go. And winch it over to the truck. How about this little dude? How about I get this on the truck? How about this? Who can take one? Who can take one? Tex isn't playing, but his video card hasn't been fixed as far as I know. It's what lets you see things. So Tex can't see things on his computer right now. That's why he's not played with us in a while. Well, I mean, you can't really even get to play it because you can't see anything. There's no... it won't display on your screen. How do you play a game if you can't see anything? You don't. Stop being all squirrely. This tree is really being annoying. I don't know what it's going on with it, but it's like janky all over. No, we're not pulling it to the chickens. This is next to the chickens, see? Chickens are there, we're here. So we're pulling it next to the chicken area, but not into the chicken area. Yeah, we haven't got any eggs from the chickens yet. We're gonna have to buy bacon though, because we don't have pigs to make our own bacon. Ha 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 ha. I don't know if, yeah, we can get pigs. Pigs, horses, cows, and chickens. And sheep. We can't get goats. We can't get some other things. But, like, you can't get ducks. You can't get goats. You can't get any of those. Okay. Keep in mind that's going to cost a lot of money, and so we probably should make a little bit of money first and work on building a place where we can actually fit them in. There we go, look at that. Loading up. Because you see how it jumps on there for me? I don't have to pick it up and put it on. It's automatically loading it. It's basically a quality of life thing because they don't have some of the proper equipment. How we doing, Dragon?
Same situation. I was trying to figure out how to see if I had all the right mods.
You should, because I sent you the full pack. And I've not downloaded any new ones. Odd. Frustrating. And yeah, why can't they, you know, show a display of, hey, mod discrepancy, you're missing these mods. There's some quality of life things I really would like them to add. That wouldn't be major, but would be major quality of life improvements. Up here somewhere. There it goes. That's where it was. That's why I wasn't going on the truck, is because there was a branch on it. See, look at that. Isn't that nice? I don't know that we can switch to the back there, but I was trying to get a chance to look in there. Yeah, okay, good. See how there's a pillow there? That's actually a bed, so that's like a little camper on the back of the truck. So you can actually sleep and stuff. Like, there's actually trucks, real trucks have those if they're going to go long distances. Not all, but some of them. No, I knew exactly what that was. That's why it's extended like that. Cab. The driving compartment is called a cab. And this is extended cab. Okay, see, most trucks have this part forward. This one has this back section here because it allows them to have an area they can sleep in it. And is there a way to switch seats? Unfold additional forks. Oh. Interesting. And then you can fasten all the belts. Yeah, that's what I thought. And interesting. Interesting. I don't know. Exhaust? Alright, I don't see anything else we really... Actually, maybe that's the problem. How do we switch to... I am trying to see if we can, son, okay? I'm trying to remember what the button was to switch between places. Is it G? Is it Q? No, Q is taking it off. Okay. Select camera. Nope. They just have that option. Okay, well, we can't switch our seat is what I was trying to do. We just go inside here. That doesn't really help us. I mean, I guess we could look around. But it doesn't really help us do anything else, so that's why I figured I'd just leave it for now, and we'll deal with it later.
Chop that bush.
Precisely, and we want to chop down more trees to make the money. Any update, Dragon? We're still negative.
No, it's like something's missing. I don't know if it's on my end, your end. I don't know.
Well, guess we'll just have to get the new one at some point. Hope it goes on sale. Because it's going to resolve some of the issues we're having. Like not being able to have him join us. He's trying to join us and it's not letting him.
It's like I don't have permission. I don't know.
That's the thing. We don't know why it's not working. And that's what's frustrating, is that we don't know and it's just not doing it. But it's also not telling us why. So what are we supposed to do? That's the problem. I'm not saying it's a problem you don't know. I'm saying the problem is we don't know either. We're like, what am I supposed to do with this? Which is frustrating because he was trying to join us.
I know you could have used the help cutting down the
Trees. Yeah. And it's fun to hang out. Thanks for at least hanging out and chat and viewing the stream with us. Nothing else. What's up, little dude? I don't know. That's what we're trying to figure out. Like, why is it not letting us? So I'm really thinking what we're going to do is just see if we can save and get the money to get the new one instead. Yes, and see about that, because it looks better. It looks so much better, and they actually have seasons where you actually have to, you know, like plow the ground and stuff because it snowed all over.
And they also.
Yeah, you actually can plow the roads and stuff.
Yes.
I mean, not exactly the same.
What? Oh, sure.
What? Oh.
Sure.
Easy. And there we go. Oh yeah, that's really frustrating, dude. Because there's no indication, really, of why or what's going on. It's just not working. And I haven't gotten any other new mods. Partially for that reason. Like, I've not bothered doing anything different, right? And so the fact that that still doesn't do it is like, okay, well, why? What's happening? And there's no indication. But here's what I was going to do. When you came in, I was going to quickly hop in here and have you pick one of these vehicles to come in on. You know, the car, truck, whatever, something that you felt fit your character, that you'd actually drive here in. And then I was going to jump over here quickly, and where is it? Not there. Farmhouses? Is that what it's under? Maybe under farmhouses. Yeah, right here. I was going to throw this down as your little house. Join us. And so that we had the RV, and then we have the little campsite. And you can park your little campsite out by your little campsite and join us on our work. I thought that'd be fun little, you know, RPs that when you get here you set up camp and help out. But, you know, obviously it's letting that work. But this is cool. Like, this is the kind of thing I want to do on the new one too, where the trees actually look better and everything.
You just gotta save up for it.
Yep. And then, of course, Medieval Dynasty is going to be coming out. Not Medieval. West Dynasty.
Yeah, the Wild West.
And apparently the co-op is supposed to be on that one, so that'll be good.
Last I read, I didn't see nothing about it, so I don't know if they changed it or not.
I don't know. We'll have to check with Jarl, because I know he was getting some info from somewhere and said that it was supposed to have those features. And apparently the Asian Dynasty one, what do they call it? Shogun Dynasty or something like that, is supposed to as well. And they might be adding it in the multiplayer aspect to Medieval Dynasty, but they haven't committed to that yet. Which, I mean, that would be a fun one to play together too.
See, I thought they would probably finally give in and add it to Medieval once it got out and got going good. Because they had already said they weren't even thinking about it while it was still in testing and beta.
Right.
But now it's out, you know, it's official.
But the other company may be working on that, because it's different companies, I think, that are actually, like, different developers that are actually doing it. So they may be waiting till the other developers get it, and, you know, using the one from the publishers using the one to kind of sponsor the others, and then we'll ask them to add it later when the other company gets theirs out and working and can deal with, you know, troubleshooting the issues. They'll roll it in afterwards.
Only question, like with the Wild West Dynasty.
Yeah.
Medieval, you know, it's medieval times. It's going to be hard for us to leave that time period. I mean, that's a long gap. Wild West isn't but maybe, what, 100 years before we start getting cars or something like that? So I'd like to figure out how you're going to keep us in the West this long.
Because you don't have a choice. Are you not willing to put this on?
But you know where I'm going with that.
I think so. But I'm up for hearing about it. Something particular you're thinking?
Not really.
Okay. Well, you asked if I knew where you're going with it.
On that 100-year West thing, I mean... So no, it only lasted, what? The West was only, what, maybe 100, 200 years?
Mm-hmm.
Some couple offspring, the children, you'd be past the West.
Yeah, well, maybe they're doing its alternate universe or something. Because technically the Medieval Dynasty one isn't taking place on our globe. And so maybe theirs is also not, you know, their medieval period took place for an additional 1,000 years or something.
Rougher times.
Well, apparently this one just wants to be upright. Oh, there it goes. Whoa! What just happened? Whatever. I'm not going to waste any more time with it. No, I want you to come with me. I actually kind of wish that they would have it where you can connect a winch to something and pull it. Because it would work better probably than having to use the super strength just to get stuff to move. which doesn't always, work very well. I mean, it's better than not being able to move it, but there's definitely some wonkiness to it. What? Do you still have a branch? Yep. Whoa! Why are you not loading on right? Are you loading to the wrong section? Come on. Oh man. Sometimes these things just don't want to cooperate. Alright, I'm going to call that good for now. Because it's getting a little bit sketchy. So we're going to go drop off our load. I thought I turned off auto drive. Interesting. Woo! Okay, there we go. I was like, how can I get you to give me a little bit better view? Oh right, you can zoom out. Wait, that's actually the one I want to take. There we go. Yeah, like the whole auto drive thing is actually default on the new one. Isn't that awesome? Like you can hire a worker to drive any vehicle from point A to point B. Okay, that was trying to auto-load and got a little bit janky with some stuff. Alright, let's... we could have backed up a little bit more. Let's see if that'll actually work, though. And, this time not sell the point. $43,000, dude. Not bad, not bad. Where was that other piece? I saw another piece in here of wood that we can sell and clean up the place. Now I'm not seeing it. Oh well, we'll grab this one. It's another $300-ish. $400. There we go. Cool, cool, cool. It should be about double that with the current price of lumber. Ah, really? Okay, that was awkward. Came in, is like, she wants you. It's like, who? What? Are you talking to me? The dog? Who? And then just runs off. Oh man. We could try that dragon. Rezipping the mod list and sending it to you. That's the only other thing I can think of.
Just don't want to take up too much of your stream time.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's why I've been keeping going when I'm trying to think. Because I know it's not going to be fun to just watch us troubleshoot the whole day. So yeah, that's why I'm, trying to keep it going.
So she's just very bad at after fun. We'll figure it out later.
There's options. Alright, let's see. Let's get some more chickens here.
Well, lucky for me, I don't have to pick.
Right? How many roosters per how many chickens?
Choices. How many roosters for how many chickens?
Mm-hmm.
In real life or in your
Yeah, in real life. I'm curious. I was trying to remember what the actual recommended ratios were. Hens to roosters.
Generally, it's one rooster for every 7 to 10 hens.
Interesting.
I should have known that answer, considering I actually had chickens. We had to get rid of the rooster. He wouldn't shut up. We think it had something to do with we had a night spotlight outside that stayed on at night time. Apparently my rooster thought it was the sun coming up or something, because he never shut up.
There you go. I just blew another 600. No, 2,000. 600 for the transport costs. And we only have 3 days of feed. Let's try to get a few more so we could try to get a little bit better output of eggs to make money off it. We'll get another set of them. Why not? Get 70. Debating if I should just max it out to 100. Why not?
We're just getting new hens when they're first starting to lay eggs to promote the whole egg laying thing. Just lay the golf ball in their spot.
Interesting. We only have 1 day of food, according to them. Wow, really? Okay. I don't think you'll let me put the other one on. Please don't stay stuck in there. I need you to come out. Like, I actually need you to use to feed the chickens, not just stuck in there. Apparently it wasn't the best idea to hide it in here, RP wise, because it's not wanting to come out as easily. There it goes.
The wife has been talking about wanting to get some more chickens again, just not as many as we had last time.
Interesting. Just cuz, or? Oh wow, no, they can take a lot more now. Cool. Good to know. Just because, or a particular reason?
We had about 14, but we had more eggs than we knew what to do with. We could not give them away fast enough.
Well, if you live closer, we could dispose of them for you.
We had the
Right.
Rhode Island Reds, and they produce almost year round. They don't really hardly take a break. Some of the other chickens, they'll take a longer break. Well, the Rhode Islands don't really take a break.
That's a good thing.
Like eggs constantly.
My littles will consume them at a excessively alarming rate.
Well, I have had weeks at a time where that was my breakfast, lunch, and supper.
Whoa! Sorry for your ear. You'll see what happened.
Nice driving there.
I don't know what did that. It's just all of a sudden like, boom! And I'm like,
You know that's gonna make your insurance go up, right?
no. I don't have insurance.
It'll buff out, right? It'll buff right out.
Yeah. It'll be fine. Liquid seeds, CBD, mineral, butter chips. What is? Oh, okay. Those are for cows, horses, chickens. Let's see what kind of chicken feed that gives.
Our chickens were kind of free roam. They got to roam the whole yard throughout the day, but at night time we would make sure they go in their pen because we have massive owls that would actually get a hold of my chickens.
Yeah, you don't want to let chickens get consumed. They're a little bit pricey to.
They've already, poor owls already attacked my cat.
And drop that down.
And that's like a year feeding a chicken before you even see an egg when it's a baby, you know. Yeah, it had a nice price built up to get to that level, and then we just gave it all away.
Why'd you give it all away?
Wow, just says I ain't even gonna try to sell it. Just give it all away, pin and all.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. So if I was to go that route, I think I might go with ducks over chickens. I hear they're dirtier, but I also hear ducks are a little bit more hardy, and you can get ducks that grow just as fast, but they get to a bigger size and can kind of, not be as preyed upon because they're bigger.
Living where we live, we have had our share of weird pets, I guess you could say. We've had chickens, dogs. I've had a pet iguana, a Pac-Man frog.
Why are you sliding all over? I must just not be driving this very well. Or it's just that wonky.
It's like my drama with the controller.
Well, I wasn't going to say anything.
I did.
I try to be nice.
I've seen my driving.
I know. Wait, is this not going to work? Oh, there it goes. Oh, it's full mixed food too. Nice. Oh, I have to be holding it for it to load? You can't just load while you're down? No, you literally have to be holding it for it to unload. Oh man. Well, that's cool, though. Their productivity should be going up, because now they have the all types. Now that I know about that feed, that's the one we need to be getting. I need the auto correction. So when you let off the turn, you don't have to manually turn back all the way. Because, you know, in a real car, you don't have to crank back the opposite direction you drove. There's some auto correction that does happen. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, you let off the steering wheel, it doesn't just stay turning the same amount.
You'll straighten back up almost all the way.
Alright, let's see here. Let's get some more of that, now that I know that that is so much better. I had originally gotten this chicken feed, but it just has the one type. Ooh, that's a lot more. But it's, yeah, still the one type. But still, I like it. It's cool that you have the options. But I want to go with this, now that I know about it. A wagon. Because that's the proper term, right? Har 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 har. No, I need to see about getting a trailer for this. Where do they put them? These are the ones that go on the back. I want the one that gets pulled behind. Oh, there we go. Oh, wow, that's a big one.
My stream deck has been making me lazy.
Yeah? I don't have one, so it's not been making me lazy. It's been making me frustrated that I don't have one, because there's so many things I could do that I can't.
Give you an example of why I said that.
Hmm?
Going to give you an example in chat of why I said that.
Okay. Hello. How are you doing? Let me guess, you just hit a button.
I got them pre-programmed.
You hit one button for each of those.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just standard easy macros. Whoa! I literally was lifting myself into the air. That was a bit awkward. Let's try that again. Line up. And get it in there, please. Thank you. Now, probably not the best to do, but, you know, whoever said we're the smartest individuals. Will it actually strap those? It will! Sweet. Alright, that should be enough feed for a while. Yeah, no, you can actually get a macro editors that, wow, no, it's heavier. That let you do that sort of stuff as well. It's a lot more tipsy. They actually do have some physics on that. Interesting. Right about now, I'm glad we have the higher horsepower. Otherwise, I think it'd be having a little bit more difficulty. Wondering if I should have done the double wheel. The dual wheel. Yep, I saw that one coming as I turned. I was like, that's not good. Alright, here you go, chickies. Eat it all up. Get all the yummy, yummy, yummy food. Yeah. Productivity, 132%. How you like that for productivity, Dragon? Nice and filling it all up. Let's see. We currently have 19 days of feed. That's what I wanted to do, is get them up to where they have enough feed to last for a few days. That way we won't have to consider thinking about them for a while. Sweet. Leave the truck there for now. Get back to shopping. 21 days. What is our time scale at? We have 8 roosters per 100. Maybe a little off quantity. Should be alright though. Probably don't need that many roosters, but 15? Sure. Would you please grab this? I mean, if that's really how you want to play it, that's not what I was asking you to do. Did you see that? Like the tree just decided it wanted to swing all wonky. It's like, okay, that's not really what I told you to do, tree. Alright. Time to keep clearing. Yeah, part of why I went with this place, or convinced little dude too, was so that we could try to get the chickens earlier for him to make up for the restart we had to have. Oh, great. Can't get rid of that. Forget about these trees and their unwillingness to allow their stump to be removed. You remember those certain trees, Dragon? A certain special selection of tree refuses to allow their parts to be, their stump to be removed.
I found that a little weird, but
Well, it's actually a mod that allows you to remove them, and so that tree is actually not been checked by that mod maker. It allows you to use the chainsaw on the stumps. So it's, yeah, it's a bit weird, but
so they don't want you to use the stump remover.
yeah, the game makers want you to use their special stump remover, which is why that works on the tree, but the others don't. At the same time, it's like, it does break the immersion a little bit to use a chainsaw to remove a stump. At the same time, you know, there's a certain quality of living that I consider as well. Yes, I want the proper roleplay and, you know, reasonability and all that to it, but I also don't want to waste my time simply for that, to the extent of making it less enjoyable. So, yeah, it's one of those things. Alright, there we go. Let's go ahead and knock all.
And you said someone still hadn't gotten a graphics card yet?
Hmm?
And then you say someone still hasn't gotten a graphics card taken care of yet?
As far as I know, yeah. A few people.
I mean, I got one. It's not all that, but it works good. If at least get them back watching or talking or something. Get them to play some of the simpler games.
Shoot me the details on it if you don't mind, and I will send it over to him.
It's none of this 2080 stuff or nothing like that. It's only a triple digit, but
Mine is a triple digit. I don't know what you're talking about.
don't know if it was a 960 or the 970.
Yeah, that's what I have, is a 980.
But like I said, it was working good for me for a lot of the games I was playing before my other parts in it crashed.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's just sitting idle, going to waste.
Yeah, shoot me the details, and I'll ask him if he wants it. Because, like you said, it's not great, but, you know, functional is better than not. Because it'd be fun to get him coming back in and joining us.
And I know I miss seeing several people.
Mm-hmm. I would love to get a better card so I stop having some of the issues I have, but yeah, they're cheap.
If it weren't for those little incentive checks we got, I would not be going. I would still be on hold.
Mm-hmm. I get you, man.
Because it's hard to buy parts. Well, I'll buy this and save up for the next part. It's hard to do that when by the time you get to the last part, the first part's out of date.
Yep. And that's what a lot of people don't get anymore. Like, they're like, oh, we'll just buy parts when they're on sale. Okay, great. And by the time you actually get a sale for the last part you need, you find out that it's no longer compatible with the first part.
Exactly. So I was just saving money so I can buy it one go.
Yep.
And then incentive checks finished me up so I can make the final push.
Yeah, I want to see what my tax return is. I might use that to get a new computer, because what I'd like is to give this one to little dude for days like today, so he could actually join us.
I still got a few knickknacks to do to this one to finish it, but I ain't in no hurry. At least my pocket says I'm in no hurry.
Well, if you need to get rid of some parts, I know someone who will take them. Even if they're junky parts, I technically wouldn't mind taking them, because I want to make him build his own. That doesn't function well, so he at least understands the basics of a computer. I think I have enough old scrap pieces laying around to do that, but I'm not convinced that those parts are functional anymore, because it's been a while since I've used them. Like they're the ones I had a decade ago.
I know we've gotten rid of a few parts in it, and I'm actually using the power supply that was in it, so I'm actually still using that one myself.
I have a few power supplies, I think I'm good on that.
Yeah, I bought the, what is it, power module? I think is what it's called.
Maybe?
So you ain't got to be stuck with all these wires, you can actually pick what wires you need. More cable management thing going on.
Okay, I think you switched your loading zone on me again. Evil truck. Yep, you did. Can we... One. There we go. That's what I want. Just one zone. No switching zones. Just have one zone where everything loads to get rid of the issues you're having.
And I told myself, if it ain't broke, why replace it? And I told myself, if it's not broke, why replace it?
There's grounds for that, but there's also grounds for going ahead and replacing it at times, because sometimes it's not broken, however, it doesn't let you necessarily fully do what you need it to do either.
Well, this one's pretty good. It's a 1,000-watt power supply.
There you go. There we go. Beautiful.
Nicely done.
Yeah, I'm trying to, get it all done. Load up, make some money. Ah! Oh, come on, pick up. Come on. There we go. Beautiful. Sweet. Making progress. I don't think this is our land. You know what? Yeah. We'll go ahead and grab that, and we'll hold off on that one for now. What that will do is let us hopefully place that where we want it to. Yeah, check it out. See, these look nice. My problem with a lot of them is you can't go inside at all. Like, they don't allow you to go inside on the game, on their houses. The ones that you can are all because of mod. And the mod maker made it so you could. But by default, you can't go inside the houses. It's like, what? So silly. So silly. Here we go. That'll make little dude happy when he comes back. Have a nice little campfire. Nice little place to sleep. So this is Dragon's base of operations when he comes to join us. Hey! And it does let us sleep. I don't know that this one lets us sleep or not. Which was the other reason I technically chose to do it. Yeah, this one won't let us sleep even though we can get inside. Silly, silly, silly. It's gotten dark enough actually. Let's go ahead and sleep so you guys can actually see what's going on, because, you know, it's a good thing to do. We are at 20 right now, so 4 hours till midnight. So what? What do you think, Dragon? Should we sleep for 6 hours? 8 hours? Yeah, probably
7.
8.
7.
7 hours?
Figure meet in the middle.
Hmm.
And of course, 7.
It's still a little bit dark. Oh, I have to sleep for 2 hours. Okay, that's fine, but I'll make it 6. There we go. Now it's light enough we can at least see what we're doing. It was just like too dark to really be suitable for, you know, streaming.
Told you I'm bad with choices.
I might forgive you, I might hold it against you.
Hold it against me, we're good.
I like holding things against you. It helps you stay on your toes. I don't want you to get too comfortable. Har har har. If you want to give it a try, by the way, Tuesday is the Viking game. You could give it a try to see what you think of it as a test run for what I mentioned to you.
Count me in, no obligations.
Well, that's why I said you could try that one out as a test run if you wanted. Give you a chance to, you know, try out the water, see if you like it. See if you like the peoples. See if it seems like something you'd enjoy. Let me know. I only say that so I can help you build a character, because I don't think you necessarily have a lot of experience on the current edition in doing so.
You definitely.
Hence why I said to let me know so I could, you know, help with that. Tex's character was a hoot. He was a half giant, half Jotun, and yeah, it was great fun. He was also a barbarian, so he was big, he was strong, he was a bit loose in the mind, and it was great fun because Party at times didn't remember how he responded to things and made statements, and he did exactly what they said, not what they intended. The instance I was talking about is they told him to, hey, because they're competing to show, you know, that they're capable to be trained, and so they're like, hey, pick the person who looks the most capable and go attack them. Well, who's the most capable? Those who will be teaching you, who are much stronger than you. So what does Jotnar do? He turns around and charges the teachers. Oh man. And they're like, no, oh man. It was great. Because I mean, he's a barbarian and a literalist, and you know his int score wasn't his high score. So it was a lot of fun. Best part was he embraced it and went with it. Which is why it made it so much more fun too, because he didn't like resist any of the chaos that could happen. Rolled with it and had fun with it.
So you said you want to build a computer for your son, right?
Build, get, it doesn't matter. I want him to build one at some point so he understands how they work.
Do you have a case?
Yeah, I have a few of them actually. I think I have all the parts too. I just don't know that all the parts work. Aww. Just this little nub. Alright, how are chickens doing? Oh, we have 77 eggs already. Well, that's cool. Uh, 10.4, 10.4. So, no, I wanted to see. So that says 77. Oh, that has 150. Oh. So, no, I actually have more than 77. I have 150 and an additional 77.
Gathering eggs was my daily thing.
84. Okay. So as soon as it gets full, it gets uncounted. Got it. Well, the 132% productivity is working out well. Let's get one more tree and then go sell it, and we'll go from there. If I do alter to the other setting I mentioned to you, the game, like it looks highly probable we're going to do, it's going to be prior to the known content. Is that clear enough, or is that murky as mud?
That's pretty thick.
Okay, I didn't know if you remembered what I had said. No, you got away from me. I didn't want you to get away from me. Stay in my hands. I didn't say throw, I said hold. Ow. Glad there's not damage on this game. You know what I mean? Drop that tree on your head, you're gonna die. Move this over. And we're gonna load this one onto the truck. Man, those roosters won't shut up. Alright, that's a fairly decent load. Let's come over to our little area. Have you finished your productivity of that? Yes. No? No. It was 150, wasn't it? Now that I think about it. 150. Yes. 150. We're at 97. So we got another 53 to go. Strap those down and let's go sell. I do think one of the greatest features in the new version is by default they have the auto drive feature where you can get someone to drive it to the destination instead of making you always drive from place to place. Like this version of the game, they do have it where you can hire people to, you know, plow your fields and stuff and do those tasks, but then you don't have their help on doing other things like I want to drive the truck to the sawmill. Okay, do it yourself. And it's like, what? What? I can't hire someone to do that so I can do other things? Nope. It's not allowed. There you go. 38K. What do you think? You wish you could make 38K in a day?
I wouldn't know what to do with it.
Sure you would. You might pretend you don't know what to do with it, but I'm sure you could figure out things to do with it.
I only have one thing I really want at the current moment. After that, there's nothing.
Really? What's this one thing you want?
A new vehicle.
I thought you might want to be able to, you know, allow your wife to not have to keep working.
Nah, I want her to keep working. She wants her to keep working.
Well, it's more she could pick what she wants to do instead of having to, you know, do the one. Doesn't mean she quit.
She won't have to push as hard.
Right, that's what I was saying. Like she could do whatever she wanted instead of having to do what needs to be done to provide, right?
She likes working.
Oh no, I get that. That's not a bad thing. But
I miss it. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, I miss it.
oh yeah, no, I know you do. And that's what I was saying, like, being able to, you know, have that kind of income potential would, it's not that you would stop working, it's that you can then, you know, not have to push yourself over much, and you have choices to do.
Don't have to do all that overtime.
Yeah. And that's kind of what I mean by it. Like, everyone talks about like, oh, I want to retire because then I don't have to work or do anything. It's like, well, typically if you retire and don't do anything, you die. So maybe don't focus on that. Maybe focus on deciding what you want to do with your time to be productive.
I've seen so many people, they retire and a year or so later, the end.
Yeah, because they're not doing anything. They have no reason to continue. What's the reason? That's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta, it's not that you need to not work, it's that it's nice to have the option to work as much as you feel like, when, you know, choose to do something that matters instead of choose to do something that will pay what you need to make a living. Right?
And that cost of living is definitely not getting any cheaper.
No, quite the opposite, actually.
She said she heard a rumor about something about the limit how much gas a person can get. I don't know the truth in that.
I'd not heard that. But, I mean, there's plenty of stupidity going on, so, you know. Who knows when that's going to happen? Because you know the politicians, I'm sure, wouldn't have a way to get out of that or anything. It's not trimming this. Interesting. Does it turn off auto load? No, it's still auto loading. Well, that's a bit of a problem. I might have to manually load this one. Alright, well, is what it is. Where were those other ones? There they are. No, come on. I did not say to drop, I said pick up. Okay, let's get the other one. And we'll load up the truck. And then we'll go check the eggs and see where we're at on that.
I've been practicing on the Hunter Call of the Wild.
Nice.
Trying to level up so I can get better equipment and stuff like that.
Yeah, I haven't played that in a while, as you know.
I thought I'd try to get some practice in.
I mean, it doesn't hurt, especially if you enjoy it.
Still don't know what I'm doing, but hey, if it's running after me, shoot. Been doing some of the story modes.
Nice.
On play.
Are you liking it?
One of the stories I just got done with, I really liked in, I think it was Canada.
I don't know if I've done Canada.
No, it could have been Alaska. Oh, I know, I like the story mode, the story on that one.
Cool.
You can get dropped off in an airplane, and he kind of talks to you throughout.
That's the thing that I don't understand on the multiplayer. Like, they disable story mode completely. And it's like, but why? Why can't I do that? I want to do the story mode with someone. I don't want to just do it by myself. No, but if you want to do people, you can't have the story.
Haven't been there much, but I'm playing around with Mississippi.
Nice. Yeah, I don't have that newest one. The swamp with the alligators.
I think it was Mississippi. I was walking through right when you loaded in. I was walking to the field to go somewhere. This loud noise. I'm like, what kind of beast is this? I mean, it sounds like something you would hear in a horror game.
Mm-hmm.
It was a raccoon.
Sounds about right. Raccoons are noisy.
I was like, I've heard them. I don't remember mine sounding that bad.
But you don't have, you know, hunter hearing where they can make it so certain animals sound louder and others sound quieter.
I had a whole family of raccoons at one point, and they're practically come up on our front porch. I'm like, oh my god, they gotta go.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people are like, oh, well, they're just cute, adorable critters. Just leave them. It's like, yeah. Sure.
They can get feisty.
And destructive and problematic and getting into the garbage and making it so you have a mess everywhere to clean up. So, you know, they're great.
Yep.
There's a reason their nickname's Trash Bandits. Not that a lot of people know that.
We were lucky. We managed to get them relocated without hurting them.
And I'm not saying you have to kill them necessarily. It's just not having them around is not exactly something that is to be avoided.
We've had woodpeckers, like, literally pecking the wood off of some of the cabins down below my house.
Mm-hmm.
The whole front of the cabin was just about a kilometer from a woodpecker.
You can't hurt the poor animal. They're not doing anything wrong. So what if they cost you $100,000s of damages? It's not their fault they're made to need food.
And them carpenter bees aren't much friendlier.
Carpenter bees?
Yeah, they bore into the wood.
I've not heard those ones.
Oh, really? Yeah, we got things called carpenter bees around here. They like bore holes into the wood and they go hide in the wood.
I know there are carpenter ants that do that.
I mean, I'm guessing that's their name. All I know is they bore into the wood and they're bees.
Alright. Are they bees or are they wasps or yellow jackets
Bees.
sort of thing? Okay. Interesting. So like they're making honey?
I actually don't even think they don't even know about honey with them. They just bore their holes and
And I don't know that
them.
they're bees, because that's one of the designations of a bee is that they...
I mean, I'm sure they
produce honey.
do. They just don't do it in the little hole.
Why do they make a hole?
Kind of like their little hideout, I guess.
But wouldn't that be the hive, in which case that is where the honey would be?
No, because it only holds like one or two bees each hole.
Odd. I have not heard of those. I believe you, I just not heard of them, so...
I'll have to get a picture of that one for you. Huh?
I mean, I'm curious. Sounds
It's
more like
amazing.
flying termites than bees.
It's amazing how different places have different insects.
Well, I mean, that's just called the world, isn't it?
A friend of mine I chat with from Alaska, he said the wasps over there are so big.
No, I mean, certain critters in certain parts of the world have interesting aspects to them. No! Oh, did you see that? Just destroyed the tree on me, so now we didn't get anything for that one that we cut down. Man! So the new one, you can actually do olive groves and vineyards.
When I get the new one, I actually want to do the farming aspect of it a little bit more.
You what?
When I get the new one, I actually want to do some of the farming aspect a little more.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I wanted to on this. It was just, you know, clearing the forest so that we could do so. That's actually what the plan was today, was to plow some fields and stuff. To start producing the food that the chickens need instead of buying it. And, we know how that turned out. The mod, the global economy, global infrastructure, whatever it's called, some of those are actually default now on the new one too. So like producing finished goods instead of just selling the raw. So instead of selling the tree, you know, turn it into boards, turn it into furniture. Is actually part of the default game. where on this one it has to be a mod to do that. And another one is you can actually you can make raisins and grape juice from the grapes and stuff like that. And it's like, you know, that's really cool that they actually decided to change it and make it where you can actually have, you know, more value and options in it. Whoa, dog. Let's not. And say we didn't. No and in here. You need to go outside. If it wasn't all the money we lost, I'd actually just find the thing that they have on this map where you can just delete all the trees in one of the regions. So every one of these sectors has a little blue mark that you'll see on the map. If you go there, you can actually hit it and it'll remove all the trees for you so that you can basically, you know, plant and do other things. What? Okay, pull this down. Is this going to fit? What animals? Because, you know, we'd have to pay for all of them.
All the farm animals.
We have chickens.
No.
Oh, we got another box of eggs. That is 17 liters. That's 150 liters. Yep, that's why I'm trying to put them in here. We got eggs. So we're currently having productivity at 132%. And there's another 17 eggs right here.
As far as the money thing, and I just googled it. It says you can go to the file itself and manually change the setting, the number. It says start the game. Save your game immediately. Go to Farming Simulator 2019, save game 1. Find file farm.xml. Open file, notepad. Find money 1,000. Change the amount to 10 million, and it's 1, 0, and a bunch of zeros. Save farm.xml file, start the game, check your bank balance.
We could do that. What, little dude? It's a good question. Why is there red on the screen? Because that's her color. That's her multiplayer color.
Thought I'd check it for you.
So in preparation for Dragon to be able to join us, I built him a place to stay.
Yeah, we already know what vehicle we want.
Yep. Alright, I need to quickly check something with the missus on timing and everything. And then we will either be able to wrap up or press on a little bit. And I'll probably try that dragon, and then we can just find the spot and delete the trees here and start building some other stuff. So, give me a moment, I'll be right back, and I'll see about zipping those files for you as well. quickly look at this then. We're going to save the content. Let me see. Is this the smallest area? I believe. Yes. Ah, there it is. Permanently. Okay. So, let's bring you guys in to show you this, and then I'm going to have to switch back to the coffee screen to not make everyone go blind. But this signpost is that little blue marker that you see on the map. And as you see what it says, so if you look at the number of trees we have here, there's quite a lot. I'm going to see if that one goes, but that's quite a lot of money. So when you see that I add the money in, like Dragon was just telling us about, you'll understand why. Look at that. All the trees are gone. So now this whole area has no trees, including all the downed chunks of tree that we could have sold. So now that's this whole area, right? Up to this road area right here ish. Where's that? They have a line on. Okay, this is the line. So all of this tree area here that is now open, we would have cut down and sold. And so I'm going to use that to build on, but I'm going to go ahead and add some money in to compensate for the tree loss due to the game making us have to redo it. And so I'm going to leave this one as what we're currently working on and have it be where that's the one we've already finished as our starter. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and jump back to this screen as to not have all the flickering that happens when you're, you know, jumping around on things. Because, you know, I'd rather not insult your eyes. Alright, Dragon, let me pull that up. And then also I want to get where the mods are and get that to you. Come on. Come on, machine. It's supposed to be quitting the game. Are you able to find where the mods are installed so I can get that to you, Dragon?
I forgot where they were.
That's what I was saying. If you could quickly look it up, if you're able to, that'd be awesome. If not, that's fine too. Go to Farm Simulator. Is that under Documents? You should go to Farm Simulator. Is it under the main game install, or did they say where that was at?
Looking it up.
Okay. Farm Simulator 19.
Maybe that's what I was missing.
What?
Pulling it up now, double checking.
Let's be somewhere else.
Okay, it's in Documents. Look under Documents. My Games.
It's what?
In the Document folder.
Okay.
My Games. Farming Simulator.
Right.
And it's the whole My Game folder.
The whole My Game folder. Interesting.
Get all my saves, mod settings.
And is the mods and mod settings the files you need?
Mod settings or just mods?
That's what I'm asking. I know you need mods.
You got a mod folder. I got a mod folder.
Yeah. I was gonna zip that and send
Yeah,
it
I
to you.
think everything's in that one because I see FS19. What is that? Tidy Shop.
Mm-hmm.
Auto
Right.
Drive.
Last time I
Yeah.
just gave you the mod folder, so let's go with that.
At least we know where it is, so we're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was expecting to find it like Farming Simulator in the document folder. I didn't think about looking under My Games.
It's all good. It's all good. I kind of thought it might be there, but I wanted to check, you know? Ah, man, now you're not letting me go there. It's making me finish zipping it before it's going to let me go back to the other folder. There we go. Nope, still not letting me.
And I did send you a message in Discord of that money thing, just in case.
Yeah. However, it's not quite accurate. Because I have 20 save games, and some of them are empty, which tells me that they're wrong. They're assuming you're only doing it in slot 1.
If you started a new game, do that. So
Yeah.
I don't know what save you're actually in.
Farms X. There we go. And then we need to find money. Transfer money. No. Where is... That's money. Really? Do you remember how much money we had on the game? No, that was the right amount. Okay, cool. They have the period in it.
And they just got in the quotations 1 0 0 0 0 0 0 0. I lose count of zeros. Whatever gets you to 10 million.
How much do you think those trees would have been worth? Let's see, it was about... What was it? Was it 500? No, it was 40,000 per load. Times 4. At least. So 40 times 4 is 160. So at least 160,000, probably more. Is that about right from what your calculations?
Yep. At least if that's how much the trees were, I don't know how much the trees were, so.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, trying to be fair, don't want to overpay yourself.
Well, that's why I'm trying to get at least close. It's hard to know, but that's why I showed everyone, you know, watching and stuff too, saying, hey, look, this is what we're doing to kind of get back to where we were before we dealt with, you know, the flop.
At least be within reason of where you were.
Right. We'll do that. It's close. Loan. Why is there loan? I didn't get any loan. Open with Notepad again.
Yeah, I
It's
managed to
100,
download
0. So we do need that.
Notepad plus.
Yeah, it's a good one.
So far I'm liking that one.
It's awesome. Notepad++ is exceptional.
Way better than the regular Notepad, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, it's made to be able to have more functionality.
Started playing with those truck mods, and they said to get it, and now I definitely understand why.
Yeah. Let me guess. This is going to be too powerful, right? Yep, that's what I thought. Oh, I don't have that long anyways. I better get back in and finish up. Come on.
I'll never mod like G3, but I at least want to do some of the basic stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you gotta start somewhere. Alright.
I taught myself HTML, taught myself tables, taught myself frame, taught myself what I needed to know for Excel. Once I got to C++, I got, never mind, I'm done.
If you need help with that, let me know.
Anything I ever needed, I always taught myself the basic. You read like the book for dummies.
Alright, I'm just gonna go ahead with career mode since you're not able to join us, which is excessively frustrating. But I zipped up the mods and I'm gonna get that to you and we can try it again later.
Yeah, we'll tinker with it later.
But I usually flip to the away screen just because I don't like the flickering you get from tabbing. So if I know there's going to be a bit of tabbing, I always go there. It's not exactly ideal, but it's better than, you know, having people's eyes spaz out. Alright, so
when I go to swap over the mod, I'll just delete the old and put the new in.
Yes.
To be
what
safe.
are you doing? Smooth, flatten, lower, raise. Change mode.
So I take it the chickens stay in the area.
Yes, from what I'm seeing, they stay in that area. It's open, so it looks like they could travel out. But from what I'm seeing, they are staying in that area. So whenever we get to it, we can easily move, build a fence around it. Change shape. That's what we want, and we're to use change size. You don't? Okay, great. No, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to go with the ground type, not the landscape mode. I want to go with grass. Sure. Mainly trying to get rid of some of these bushes that are going to cause problem for what we're doing, which is why I added a little extra money. Because I know we're going to be chewing up a lot with this. As you see, the money is dropping fairly rapidly. Just because we're trying to clean it up so that we can use the property. So, I did go a little more than I was initially planning for that reason. Because I knew we would be needing it for this. And I wanted to, you know, actually make some headway today instead of not. Oh, that's great. So our property ends there. You can actually see where it ends because we stopped being able to paint. Not a problem for now. I want to leave that road there because it's nice to have roads to travel on. But yeah, you can see that we're getting rid of all the wild brush that would cause visual difficulties when trying to plant a field and whatnot. I thought there was a size. Oh, change radius. That's probably it. Sure, that's going to go a little bit quicker. Turn the other way. There we go. How far this way can we go? There we go. I knew we were getting close. Alright, so there we go. And let's go back to mega size. And let's finish that off. I'm going to go ahead and do this whole area. I don't want to get our road. I like having our... No, I did not mean to get our road. Oh well. There we go. And then we're going to drop back down to, yeah, right about there. We're going to switch the mode and we're going to go to the dirt road if we can find it. I mean, those floors look nice, but not what we're going for. We want dirt, please. Is that the right one? Let's zoom in and see instead of making a huge area. Nope, that's a little bit lighter. Nope, that's darker. Nope, that's rocky. Nope. Nope, that's too light. Nope, that's too light. Where's the right one? There we go, that's the right one. There we go. Wanted to keep that road nice. Coming into the area. Gonna feather it in just a little bit. There we go. And now we're gonna exit that. There we go. We're gonna take a look at... No, I'm just kidding. Take a look at what we did. The grass does need to be trampled. Or mowed. But I like it here. Like, it looks good. It looks nice. It looks reasonable. Alright. But it did get rid of those, weeds, like this. Which I would be okay with the flowers, but the thing I didn't like why we did that is these bushes. I don't know how else you can get rid of these bushes. And they do cause a bit of a problem when you're trying to move about and do things in it. So, with that being said, let's go ahead and get some more things ordered and make little dude happy. Since we were going to do that initially anyways, to get some things, let's get the things. Greenhouse. We could do a greenhouse. We'll have to see if little dude wants a greenhouse. Peppers, tomatoes, different types. Tomatoes or tomatoes. What's the difference? Oh, just the shape of the building. So these are 15, these are 18,000. That's 16,000. These are 14,000. Well, we're going to have to ask little dude what he wants. With that, he did say he wants more animals. Actually, do we want this red and white doghouse, or should we go with the all-wood doghouse? That's kind of more rustic. I'm gonna think of the wood one. Come on. We're gonna give Dragon a dog.
I don't think I want a dog this time.
I could not hear you over that annoying dog. What?
I don't think I want a dog this time.
Okay. I think my dog needs to stop being obnoxious. Colliding with object. What object is it colliding with? Come on. Alright, we're gonna figure something else out because that's not working great. Let's see. Horse, pigsty, sheep barn, cow barn. Let's see, sheep stable with annex. What's the difference? Well, that's pretty big. That's pretty big. Why? Cannot deform the terrain here. What? What do you mean you can't deform the terrain? You're saying I gotta smooth it out for you? You incompetent building. Wow, that one's quite large. Look at the size of this one. Alright. So that one can have 110. That one can have 16. Really? That can have 16 and that can have 110. Okay. 90 pigs. 50 cows. Cool. Horse paddock. 8 horses, 50 cows. Alright. Yeah, this is the chicken coop we did right here. This open one. So, beef cow pasture and cow pasture. What's the difference? Alright, whatever. Open sheep pen, 400. Wow. Open hen house. That is a much bigger hen house. No wonder it can have 400. Don't know about 400 sheep in this, though. It's a little bit crowded. But hey, is what it is. Ooh, interesting. That one has 500 sheep. Wow. This has pigs. These are pretty good size places that you're trying to place down. But apparently we can't put down, because apparently the ground can't be deformed? Alright, we're gonna have to get a little dude in here and have him pick what he wants. That actually looks pretty cool. That one would work. What's the difference? Raise your dairy sheep. Keep your sheep. Oh! So this one produces wool and this one produces milk. But they're both sheep. What do you think, Dragon? You want some sheep's milk? No? Ooh, now that's not bad looking. Alpine barn. We should do that for the cows. 80 cows. Okay, why is it saying it can't deform the terrain here? Oh, added spot there. Okay, interesting. So apparently it just doesn't like the ground down there, so we need to smooth it out or something.
I had to step away from the mic for a minute. I heard you ask me about something.
Oh yeah, no, I was just curious what you thought about some of the stuff we're seeing here. Gotta get a little dude in here to say which one he wants, but you know. Horses. Cows. So, up to here? I think to the pig enclosure here is the default ones. Yeah. I think it's this one. Maybe it's the sheep pasture. Yeah, the sheep pasture. Up to here is the default ones, and then these are all modded ones from here on. So I need to get Little Dude in here to tell me which one he wants. Let's see, workshop wouldn't be bad. What do you guys think we should add? Storage shelter. Yeah, it's just to park your stuff under. We can just decorate the place and it has no functionality at all. There you go. Cook and grill. Does nothing but has looks. The fences! This is where the fences are. Okay. Excellent. That was good to know. Wondering where some of those were. Right. We can get some fruit trees, miscellaneous, but we need to go back in here because apparently it is too rough to be able to put anything there. So we need to go to... No, I wanted to go to, what is it, X, here. And cannot be modified. Why cannot be modified? It just doesn't like the size. Okay, that's a bit odd. Hidden run button. Okay, we need to smooth it, and it keeps telling me I can't smooth it. No, you can't make it smooth. No, don't make things smooth. No smoothing. No smoothing. No smoothing allowed. We don't like things smooth. No. No, don't smooth it. You see that? It keeps turning red. It does not want to be smoothed out. I'm hoping that'll fix the issue of you can't deform the terrain issue we were having if it's a little smoother. Alright, let's see if that'll help. Like, we literally couldn't place any of our animal pens down in that area because it said it couldn't deform the terrain. Yeah, see? Terrain cannot be deformed. What do you mean it can't be deformed? Why not? Alright, we gotta go back in here.
It's a little crazy.
Right? Why are you not able to flatten? Apparently the tools don't work. Like, it's not letting me flatten. Okay, so apparently it slopes, and yet it doesn't want to really let me unslope it. Which is a bit of a problem when you want to try to put in livestock and they require buildings to be on flat surfaces, and yet they don't let you flatten a surface. Gah. Just flatten everything for me. Well, if any of you know how to use this tool better than me, let me know, because this is just not working. I just want to get it to work so we can actually put this stuff in. And it's like, nope, 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 nope. Alright, well, let's go look at how terrible it is. Alright, so that area is kind of flattened some. Then we get down here and it's like bleep, 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 and it's just not willing to flatten. And it won't give us any reason as to why, it just, nope, can't deform it. And I see that it is sloped a little bit, but I don't care, just flatten it. So apparently really the only place we have that we could do anything is on this already flattened area. Oh, we don't have another set. We've got 300 eggs there. Another 130. Oh, it's kind of frustrating. You know? Trying to get it all flattened and it's just like not willing to let you do it. It's like, but you give me the tool and then you tell me it just not willing to work.
Don't make no sense to me.
Terrain cannot be modified. Why? Why can terrain not be modified? It's like, just randomly, it's like, nope, 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 you can't do it. And it's like, but why? Why can we randomly not deform an area? What's in that area that makes it so you can't modify it? And that's like where they need to have better information given to you so you actually know what's going on and why. Do you need to buy the land next to it because it's going to affect it as well? Do you need to... what? Like we just tried to raise the terrain here and it's like, sure, no. Sure, no. Sure, no. Why? Why not? I just want it to work. I don't understand why you have to be such a pill. Oh yeah, see, like right there it decided to work. And then just before that it's like, no. Sure, no. Sure, no. See, like right there it's working, but everywhere else it doesn't. Why is that one spot okay, but right next to it isn't? Think there's one little spot it would raise, and then either side of it, no, we won't raise the other side. I just want to be able to plant my building down. Please, please, please. I don't understand why it's like can't deform certain areas. Like it doesn't seem to give you any indication as to why. Just nope. Nope. Why? Why is that area not able to be modified? Terrain can't be modified because why? Like, I just need to know why. It's like certain areas just are like refused to be modified, and they won't give you any indication as to the reason or the logic or anything. Just won't do it. Well, let's hope something will place now. Terrain cannot be deformed. See? Why? Why can the terrain not be deformed? What is wrong with the terrain? I don't see how here is an issue. How about you, man? What object are you colliding with? Oh man. Oh. This is slightly frustrating. Whoa, that is big. Yeah, that's not happening here. Sheep, pigs, cows, horses. How big is that one? Let us actually place that one. Wow. Alright, well that's interesting. Had I known they're going to make it so tricky to place anything, I would have been a little bit more picky about placing things. Like, I don't understand how this is such an issue to place. I don't understand how we can't flatten or transform the property there at all. Alright, for the sake of trying to make it where we can make things work, I'm going to go ahead and sell off and move things. Sorry, Dragon, we have to sell your house. Well, your tent. Whoa! You dropped the eggs, dude. Don't drop the eggs. I'm going to have to sell all these chickens and rebuy them because we gotta sell the chicken enclosure as well. Which also means all of that feed we had is going to be gone. Yay! We're gonna get to redo all of that. I'm so excited. I don't know how else to get it to try to get it to work when they just are refusing. Wait, what? Could not sell vehicle 2 because it's in use. Oh. This is not what I wanted to do. Little dude's gonna be like, what happened? It's like, well, we're trying to make it work. That's what happened. Probably should close it up so it doesn't awkwardly decide to get all confused. And what's the other one? Closing? Yeah, there it goes. Alright, now let's not get on there and see about, can we flatten things? No, so it's not that we had anything placed there. See, it's like randomly like, why can it not do it here? Oh, because it just wants to make us do it smaller. Really? Like, I switched to that small one and it's like, oh yeah, no, we can do that now. Thanks. Thanks, game. Come on, come on. I'm trying to make it so we can get the animals you wanted. But the game is making it quite difficult. I didn't make a hole, bud. I didn't make a hole. I didn't make a hole. I didn't make a mountain thing. I am trying to smooth out the ground so we can actually place animal pens. I got rid of them because I have limited property that will let me put anything on, so I decided to get rid of them so we can try to get more, because we have to fit them in better. What, the shadow? Because there's a tree casting a shadow. Okay. So, let me show you this, since apparently you want to see it so badly, okay? So, we're going to go ahead and pick a chicken coop. Nope, never mind, we can't do it. Look, it won't let me do it anywhere. See that?
Why?
It says it can't change the terrain. But it doesn't tell me why it can't change the terrain. Just that it won't change the terrain. However, if we do it up here, it'll work fine. However, here it won't work fine. But right there will be fine. So we need to decide what is most important to you. And build what's most important to you, and then fit in whatever we can fit in. Okay, did you want to keep that chicken coop we had, or do you want a bigger one? You want a different one? What? Okay, there's this one, which is a pretty big one. It's going to take up a lot of our property. You don't own this land. I do own that land. Okay, so we're going to have to buy that land behind us to make it easier to actually place things. Maybe that's why it's not letting me transform it. Okay, now let's see if it will let me transform the land around us. That used a lot of money that I didn't really want to spend yet, but maybe it will let us do what we need to. Not exactly. I'm trying to tell it to flatten the ground, so it tries to make it the same level. So it bumps up sometimes, goes down sometimes. Okay? So that didn't really help the issue with the terraforming at all. Changing the ground. Which is precisely what I'm trying to do.
So whatever you're on before you start is which way it's going to go.
It looks like it for the flattening. But it doesn't seem to be all that functional.
I don't get it.
I don't either. Like, you see how it's like, nope, you can't do it there. You can do it there. Nope, you can't do it. You can do it. Nope, you can't do it. Like, I can do this. But then, as soon as I go next to it, nope, 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 nope. But that doesn't really do what I want it to. I want it to be flattened. See, now it won't flatten that one peak. Why? It's like, why? Why is it so painful to just get it to work? Like, why can't it just work? Why does it have to keep saying it can't modify the terrain even when it should be able to modify the terrain? And then, of course, it doesn't really show you the elevation and stuff very well. They really need to work on the terraforming tools, and I hope they did on the new one. That's one thing on this game that is just a pain. And it costs a ton of money, too, for it to not work well. Now, that being said, if you paint instead, the painting works fine. See? That seems to work fine. No, I don't want that. I want the grass, but the point is it works. Because it doesn't care about the contour of the ground. But as soon as you try to mess with the contour of the ground, it like bugs out and just, it can't handle it. And it's like, I'm just trying to make it where it can be built upon. It shouldn't be that hard to make ground that's buildable. And so it's, yeah, it's frustrating. I'm very frustrated with it. Wait a minute, that's 600 an hour. And that's 175 an hour. So the large solar field is $175 an hour, where this one solar panel, mega solar panel, gives me 160 a day. That makes total sense. Sure. I am thinking this would be a good filler to put up here in the road where we can't fit some other things. Because I don't want to remove those roads. I like the road being there for, you know, navigation purposes. We just want 6 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6, 7. Can I? That doesn't look very good. Can I sell them? That one's kind of unaligned and I don't like it. Can I? Hello? There we go. I want to just, now that I see how they work, I want to line them up just a little bit better. I know we lost some money, but that's part of why we give ourselves a little extra. Because I knew that this sort of garbage was going to be coming. Well, I didn't know, but I had a feeling this sort of garbage might be coming. I knew it would with the terrain. That was kind of a given based on what I'd experienced before. Alright, so now that we know that that terrain is not very placeable, and we know what we want to do with it, let's go ahead and get those panels in there. No, I'm trying to... What? Oh, grid snapping. I don't really want it in the road, but I like that you can snap. It's just I wish I could do like half snap or change it just a little bit.
The terrain tool is part of the game, though, right?
Yes.
You think a mod messing it up?
No. You want to know why? Because even before I modded it at all, that's how well it worked.
Apparently one of their updates messed it up then. I'm watching a guy on update 1.2. The thing works fabulous. Lard is just going at it.
Well, none of the mods I have do that. Now, the map itself is a mod, so it may be that, but their default maps aren't as cool as this map, so what do you want to do? There we go. Now we are nearly broke. Nearly $2 million in solar panels. Yeah, it's 150,000 a piece. But they're supposed to be recouping money every hour, so we'll see. So a little dude said chickens are the most important, and he wants them to have a fence, so we're going to do that. Unfortunately, we are kind of shy on the money now. So we're going to see if our things start turning a profit, and get a few more trees, and then we're going to have to call it for the day. Oh, probably already need to kind of call it for the day. But hey, I appreciate y'all coming and hanging out. Dragon, thank you for being here and hanging out. It's always fun to have you around. Sorry we didn't get to do as much. I am going to stick around after. I'm going to get that mod pack moved back out for you into that same location as last time. And if I'm able to, I'm going to try to see if we can test it before I have to fully go. Did you stop loading? You did stop loading. Load. Really? That's how you're going to load it? Do not auto-load driftwood. I guess not all driftwood, it's just pieces of wood in the world. There we go. Alright. Tote this over, get it put on the truck. No, come on. Why are you... You're not even hitting anything, but you're acting like you're having major collision issues, tree. Look, you don't have any branches. You don't have any branches. You have no reason to be colliding like that and having issues. Okay? So just work with me here. Thank you. We're just going to chop you up into pieces and get rid of you. That should be a good reason for it to work with us, right? Because we're just going to cut it up and take it away. Did you stop auto-loading again? You did, didn't you? Oh, truck, oh, truck. Dragon, why is the truck and everything being a pill? Ah, timber! Okay, so those should all fit. And no, I want you to continue loading, actually. Thank you very much. And I want to know why you are being a pill. Nope, you're still being a pill. Oh, okay, I can't even see where it went. Did it get on there? Or did it fall somewhere else? I don't see it. Hopefully it's on there. Alright, let's go drop the load off. And then we'll have to call it at that point for the day. But hey, we made some progress. We got rid of our chickens, which is not what we wanted to do. But we threw up some solar panels to try to start making something for money. And to take up some of the property that we own. We did expand our property that we own quite a bit, trying to deal with the terrain issue that apparently we can't flatten terrain. Yeah, that's fun. But hey, it is what it is. We will make the most of it, do what we can. Almost wish we hadn't done that and just built on that area and then used the area that we flattened to actually be used for crops, but we've already done it, so you can't really undo. So it is what it is. Yeah, see, look at that. One load, 40,000. And that was what? 10 trees at most? I don't even think it was that many. I don't like how you have to unsteer. It should have a degradation to the steering, like most games do. Oh, I forgot, we were facing the other way for loading, so we need to turn around. And... whoa! No! That is not what I told you to do. It was turning and then it just decided to apparently just turn a lot sharper than I was telling it to. Even though I had stopped telling it to turn, it then turned more. Well, that was interesting. So, for kicks and giggles, let's go ahead and detach, and we're going to run over to the store and see what we can get for this load of eggs. Just out of curiosity, how much does, you know, this little boxes of eggs sell for? I've never sold them, so I don't know. See how much we can make. I do know the trees seem to be fairly profitable, given that, you know, we did make 40,000 off of one truckload. And if we actually fully load it and stuff, we can get upwards of like what, 50,000. How do I sell? I've not done that. How do I sell my eggs? Oh, there we go. That's how you do it. Alright, so that's 6. Dude, don't worry about me. As your mother said. And there we go. So 600 a crate. Well, almost 700. So not too bad, but it's definitely not as quick money as the trees. But hey, at least it's something, right? We could buy the field and take all their food. I turned too sharp. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, right there. I was going, and then it turns, and then it doesn't turn. Driving's just a little bit wonky. It's not bad, it's just a little bit off. Something like that. What do you mean? Solar panels. To try to have something to make some money so we can pay for all the issues that we're having. Not being able to change the ground. I still can't get all this ground to work. So we might just have to replant trees here and try to re-smooth it out. See, like this area finally worked some to flatten it to here, but then it won't flatten this area. This one little divot. Nope, can't flatten it. So I don't understand. It's just some places it is, some places it isn't. See, this shows you it wouldn't let me change the ground here, which is why there's still grass here. I changed the ground here so they have it destroy the grass. So I don't know, man. I'm trying to get it figured out, little dude. We might just have to build in this little clearing area that they've flattened a bit and just squeeze in whatever we can squeeze in. But we're gonna have to call it there because you probably need to be doing something else like your bath. I am trying to make it so we can add animals. Okay? What?
There we go. Oh, dude.
It's just a different overlay, dude. Alright, thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Until next time, as always, enjoy the story. We'll see you next time. Sure, little dude wants to say something. Don't scream, just talk.
Thank you for joining us.
Bye, little dude.
There we go. And I do appreciate you guys hanging out. Sorry, today didn't go as well as we had planned or hoped, but I guess that's life, right? Until next time, and as always, enjoy the story. We'll see you all then.
Hello.